Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Dawn World. If you haven't seen our last episode, make sure to check out episode 39, where we're going to go ahead and get started on this episode. So, previously, the party had ended the showdown with Raylog and Dothra's uncle, Kudo. And they had an interaction with a familiar wizard that they ran into while they were in Whetstone, a wizard by the name of Fabian. But they also were visited by a night dwell that seemed to have some sort of relation to Fabian, and whether it was as a superior or as an equal, that is unknown, but the night dwell did not appreciate what Fabian was doing and didn't want him to press matters further and wanted to have everything just end and move on, so to speak. So, after the orcs and the wizard and the night dwell left, after some parley with the party, the party then unveiled the war plans that Kudo had already set into motion and what he had plans for the conflict with the Living Tree Forest. After the planning and trying to decide on what to do next and where to send riders and how to get word out as quick as possible that the conflict has ended, there was a feast of celebration for the return of the children of High Chief Gonzath and the return of the peace to the Great Mountains. It was during this feast of celebration, however, that a certain party member was noticed to not be in attendance, and Sybil went to find Dothra and found Dothra at the clearing that the party found themselves in whenever they exited the mountains, or the underground for the mountains. And Sybil and Dothra had a little bit of conversation back and forth. However, during this conversation, Sybil noticed a peculiar flower glowing in the moonlight, and that piqued her interest. So she took some. She is looking for a particular flower, but she doesn't know really what it looks like. But she's looking for a particular flower that is referred to as Brutum's Bane, and this may be that flower, but she can only assume that at this point. So, she took some with her, and they both head back to the party. And it is during the festivities that we pick up today. So, it is in the middle of the festivities, and those of you that were enjoying eating and mingling amongst the populace here in Heartmount, you do notice, especially you, Raylog, as this is your sister, you do notice Sybil and her come back from being out in the village, you see them come back into the festivities area and start mingling amongst the people. Is there any conversations that you guys want to have before turning in for the night, or anything particular food-wise, or that you're interested in trying, or...
Great party.
No, I don't think so. Nothing's coming to mind.
Is there orange juice here?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'll definitely make sure I...
Not as much as, like they don't have it in overabundance. They
Right.
do have some, but it's
Like
not
partake.
like they have
Yeah.
an overabundance of it.
Yeah, I want to partake because I don't want to go without that taste for too long in my life.
Orange
The
juice.
sweet
You'll be charged for it.
nectar.
Yeah, but I put it on the bill. I'm friends with
It's like going to a
guy.
theme park and you need water. It costs an arm and a leg.
Yeah. So, and of course, I assume they have berries there.
Yeah.
Okay. There's probably familiar berries, not just strange berries.
Yeah. A lot of them look very familiar. There are a few
Okay.
that are
I'll stay with the familiar.
a little that are,
Yeah.
You don't want to eat
Different,
the ones that look like rocks.
but
I want a good night.
but when I say that they're different, it's not stuff that you haven't. It's stuff that you haven't eaten before, but you've seen from traveling just in the short time that you've been in the Grey Mountains. It's Oh, I remember seeing that like in this village or whatever. Or
I'm gonna start up a new batch of blessed berries.
okay.
So I'll take like 50.
I need to change this over. That would
I
help.
was gonna say, I was like, we don't
Yeah,
exist.
you need to like get my attention. Or
Do we need to start
there we
over
go.
again?
No. It was just on.
I didn't
the,
memorize everything
switch,
I said.
Switch
so
over the camera view so everybody could see everybody
I was
else.
just like, I
All
mean,
right. All right.
if you want them, they'll only look at you.
Please switch the cameras, please. Anyway,
Deep one
Okay.
to the head. Where'd that come from?
there are elves as well, which if you guys remember from the Living Tree Forest, that are here as well. It would have been just a small group. It would have been the scouting group and Galandra, basically.
Yeah, we'll do small talk with them. I mean, we kind of like did a journey similar together. They just went a different route.
Yeah, and
Can we ask them what kind of route they did? Considering we'll say there was certain caves that excuse
Galandra?
me, not Glandra or Glandra, her glands. No, but that Dothra was able to bring us through on one side. How did you guys manage to traverse the mountain and not be seen?
They basically took the same path as you, except they didn't go into the underground.
They split off at that town area.
Yes.
Where did they split off to? That's my point.
They went up the main walkway, but they traveled at night. And then they found different places off the road to camp out. And they had to basically scale part of the mountain on the
leapfrogged
wall. Yeah.
little by little.
Yeah.
So,
But they traveled at night on the road because there seemed to be less traffic at that point versus during the day. So they traveled at night.
did they run into any altercations?
There was a couple times, I mean, they had a few close calls, and they had a couple times where they did get into altercation, but it was mainly with orcs. So they didn't really.
We told them about the weird spider people things that were in the caves that we
Creepy
fought.
crawlies?
Yeah, that had webbing and all kinds of weird stuff in there.
Yeah, that doesn't sound any.
No fun for you?
That
No
that
bueno.
does not sound pleasant,
Yeah.
and that is a very peculiar. They've never heard of a creature like that.
Well, I'm glad to be able to expand your horizons on that type of thing because they do exist. And if you ever wanted to educate yourself to see whatever they look like or what they do, maybe you can go in the area and be able to check them out yourself.
That
They
was
kind
a
of
snowball.
get a smirk on their face, and that's like, yeah, I think we're gonna stick with being above ground.
I'm gonna pass on that.
How aloof of you.
Yeah, I
I'm just
don't know if I'd want to go underground for all that long. I'd miss the
Anyways.
sunshine.
There's not a lot of oxygen down there. There really isn't. Once you go under, you're under.
Sounds dark.
Very
And
dark.
mysterious.
And they would like to keep it that way.
Yes.
Sounds pretty deep.
It is
Yeah, very deep.
Ah,
deep.
this
Are we
conversation's
making a
going
short
nowhere.
out of this?
But that's how we talk.
Screw all the times.
We're making a short out of this later.
A snippet. Well, that's the only way I do talk. Short.
Okay.
Galandra would be
Please stop over it.
within earshot of this and be like, yeah, I can't say that we've ever had any creatures like that make their way into the Living Tree Forest, but I have heard,
So some
I have
recollection.
heard stories, not from our people, but from across the way on Ifazera. I've heard of
Zara.
travelers having come across creatures like that. And occasionally there are some that make their way, travelers that make their way into the Living Tree Forest that have fought types of creatures that we've never come across. I mean, we don't really leave the Living Tree Forest, so whatever ventures in is really the only thing that we come across.
It's something from an Ethazura.
I'm not saying that these are only
Directly
found on
from,
Ifazera.
right.
I'm just saying that I have heard from the folks like us over there
Okay.
have mentioned creatures such as what you are describing. not having come into their grove, so to speak, but
Right.
nonetheless having heard of them or do have some stories. So, but I
Well-
can't say that I've ever fought any before.
Well, it seems like they came from somewhere and entered the cave structure that we were. So there might be more of a, I'll say a hive or a nesting area, other than where we encountered.
Yeah, they sound like a type of creature that would probably have come from like something like that, like a hive or.
Is there a
Colony.
land other than where we live? You mentioned if something would come into the forest. Is there an area that we don't know about that might be below us? Like I would reference
heard
to say
tales-
Underdark area.
I have heard tales of some brave adventurers that have. What's the word I'm looking for? Dared to try to adventure underneath the ground in which we walk. And from what I have heard, there is a whole different type of network, yes, of caves and a whole ecosystem down there of different types of creatures, plants, all kinds of different things.
Is there a possibility of an entrance way to this type of world that
I
you might?
have not come across any. I know there's. I at least do not know of any in the Living Tree Forest.
So you don't have any elven splunkers?
No. Most of these stories of adventurers going into places like these, generally, my understanding is it has to be somewhere that is already deep, that you can get into the earth and have access to getting deep within, whether it be a mine or something like that.
I see. Not like a broken crack crevice in a field or somewhere on the side of a
fissure.
mountain. Usually it's where someone has ventured to go further in this
There
crystal
is
area to
only
reach something.
the only exception to that, and what you are describing, is what those on Ifazera call the Great Worms. Those would be the only ones that would sprout out of the ground, so to speak, from deep within the earth, and would have the possibility of sprouting out in the middle of a field somewhere.
Because they plowed a highway from here to an area down below. They gave an access way.
And from the description of what you guys have described, the tunnel that you traveled through,
Yeah.
makes me think that worms such as this also exist on Praxis as well. Although I've never heard of any stories of anyone seeing it.
We don't know the time frame from which the tunnel was made.
This is true as well.
So it might be an ancient tunnel from a time past.
It's a possibility.
And they were just using it as an avenue because they themselves might have just run into it.
It's possible. But worms such as that do exist on Ifazera. It is rare to have a sighting of one, but
It's a different
those are
concept.
the only way that the denizens from deep within the earth would make their way to the surface outside of a mine would be through a tunnel such as this of a great worm surfacing. So,
Or diving.
or diving.
Okay. Yes, it's a very good, striking conversation. I do like to invest knowledge into creatures because being unusual than the forest, normal creature, to protect people around us, sometimes we need to know the obscuring, the oddities, in order to be able to further our protection of the locals.
It is always good to expand our knowledge on different subjects, whether it be creatures or ancient knowledge of how things used to be, or different people that lived back in a certain time, or different types of conflicts that may have happened. I mean, take your pick. But it's always good to expand our horizons and our knowledge on such matters.
Lost
Some are a
knowledge.
little bit more
Yes.
of a hobby to some than to others, but in your line of what you guys do, having such knowledge would not be
Bad.
a bad thing.
And we've kind of mentioned that to the leaders of the Slayers Guilds. They seem to still be a little reluctant in order to share some of their secrets on some creatures because they feel it should be only to a certain elect. So that way they may better serve that way.
And not to say that I'm too familiar with the Slayers Guild, but I can speak from personal experience of having a vast variety of knowledge at your disposal. If you do not make something available to the general public, there's probably a good reason for it. Give them the benefit of the doubt.
I feel that's
but-
on perspective.
But at the same time, harm can come from withholding information too. So there is a fine line for sure. And it is up to those that are in positions of authority within those areas to shoulder that burden and to try to come up with the best course of action on whether to share the information or to withhold it.
Yes, and sometimes one mistake can cause turmoil and chaos for many on the wrong decision.
Unfortunately, yes. That is the burden of leadership for some, yes. That is the sad truth of it, unfortunately.
Yes, and we're reaping that right now. Our example is the Bruno Morbus.
Yes, and I can say from my own research as well, and my own knowledge of it, which isn't much, but my understanding was everybody was under the impression that this was no longer an issue, so keeping that knowledge hidden away so that no one would be able to recreate it, I can understand the steps that they took in order to withhold such information.
I could understand the idea of trying to keep people from redoing it, not giving them the recipes, but I see it as a harm of keeping history so that way it won't be repeated. So that way, if there was for some strange reason something similar was to pop back up, you would still have a basis of to jump off from to be able to defend yourself against such a blight.
And yes, and I'm sure as this information gets out on the reemergence of this existing now, I'm sure that the information will become more easily accessible as they will want to have it out there for people to be able to know how to deal with it.
Yes, it's just too bad so much has done damage because of the lack of information before it was able to be passed out that has caused. It could have been prevented.
Yes, it is unfortunate.
But what was done is done, and now we must look to the future.
Correct. Well, it is getting late. I think I'm going to go and get ready to turn in for the evening. Wish you all a good night. Enjoy the festivities, and I will see you in the morning.
Yes, you should be only as far as the sending stone.
Yes. And she gets up and kind of nods the head to the group, and then exits off into the middle of Heartmount.
Yes, she does know greatness when she sees it. Okay. All right. Well, I will. They're letting us assign some rooms that we can go to, I assume. Being friends of the royalty.
You guys could stay in the High Chief home if you wanted to.
Yes, there's extra room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the only ones I mean, they had a room for the mom and dad. They
Yeah.
had Raylog and Dothra had their own rooms.
Like the big bed.
So, I mean, you guys would have rooms to even share if the girls wanted to share a room and all that. I mean, you
Yeah.
could
All right.
play.
I'm assuming you guys are gonna, you and Dothra would do whatever you guys do, get reacquainted with your house lineage home. And so, yeah, I would like to just check out a room.
Okay.
So, and I would go there, and of course, there is no temple in the town, is there? Yeah. All right, I'll draw up plans for a new temple to be erected in the center of the town. And I will take some berries and I will bless them before I go to bed. I'll do some of my practicing exercises and stuff like that and pray to the Creator. And then I'll bless my berries and then go to bed.
Okay. Since this is you and Dothra's house now, how do you want to set this up for rooms and everything?
What is there?
There's what would have been your mom and dad's room, and then it would have been your room and Dothra's room.
And were there any guest rooms? Or...
There would have been at least 2 guest rooms.
I have
as well.
one of them.
So,
Other
I
don't
mean,
disturb
there's
us.
also couches and stuff like that too
Mhm.
that people can sleep on too. So, and you guys have stuff that you travel with to sleep too. So I mean,
Mhm.
at least you have a roof over your head. I mean, like I said, the girls, like, if they want to share a room or whatever, one can sleep, on a mattress and one on the floor or however they want to do it. I mean,
Before we split up and everything, does Sybil or Dothra have anything to say to the group while they walked off and did their thing?
Sybil, do you have anything to say to the group? Hello? All the volume's up on my end.
did the phone call drop?
Nope.
Sorry, I was stuttering. Yeah, I'll talk to Raylog.
Okay.
Howdy, Ray Ray. What's up?
Hey, Ray. Yeah.
Been holding that one for a while, huh?
How you doing there, Raylog?
All right. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm completely freaked out, but that's okay.
Yeah, Uncle Slayer.
You
But-
know, your sister's pretty worried.
What's she worried about?
She's worried about losing everything again. Like losing you. Just losing contact, I guess, with the group.
Oh, with our group.
Yeah.
I see.
She just kind of feels like she has to take care of you again in the sense that she feels like she wants to stay here and let you live your life.
Right.
She wants to shoulder all that on her own. And it's heavy for her. But I just want to know what you were thinking.
Well, I mean, I want to protect my sister and kind of be with her too. I mean, I don't really want to separate ways or anything. I mean, I definitely appreciate the time that we've spent as a group, and it's been nice. I mean, I'm definitely a little torn about how we.
There's Chance.
So torn.
That's the Brutum Morbus coming.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Kim
Yeah.
is also worried. That's why she's whining.
I thought she was over that when she left for college, but apparently she's still doing this.
Even her stomach is starting to growl. She's so anxious.
Yeah.
Causing a little bit of indigestion.
That's camp food.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want the group to leave either. I mean, I'd like to stay with the group, but at the same time, like I mean, I need to kind of lead our town. I mean, it's not something I've spent a lot of time thinking about. I mean, I'm just kind of happy that we've made it as far as we have so far. I haven't like really considered other options. I mean, I don't know what other options there are at this point. I mean, it'd be great if we could somehow still have the group and then still be able to lead the town, and I don't know how that would work. I mean, I think we can definitely talk about this more, but for right now, I mean, it's definitely been a long day, and I'd like to go to bed. Did you have anything you wanted to add before that?
Put it in your head.
Why are you looking at me?
Okay, well we can talk more, and we can even talk as a whole group about it. But
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely kind of understand where she's coming from, because I feel in a similar fashion about everything. But
Yeah.
it's at the same point, like I feel like it's my duty to be here, and like I can't just abandon the town and be like, you've been liberated, and just leave. Like it doesn't feel right.
Enjoy your freedom! Catch you on the flip
That
side!
shouldn't feel right. I agree.
Mhm.
So, okay, well we can talk more. You have a nice night. Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
Yeah, I just thought you ought to be aware.
Okay, well
Have a
good night.
night.
Yeah, thanks, you too.
I'm gonna sit outside for like a long time.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stare at the moon and be incredibly concerned.
Okay.
It is the moon!
Anybody else?
No, now I'll go up to my room and do what I said I was gonna do.
He goes and raids the fridge.
You see a big platter go up the steps.
Yeah, there is
A
all
bouncing
sorts of different
basket
types
of
meats
berries
and
passes by
vegetables
in the
and-
background.
Probably not vegetables, but
I'm not big on
fruits.
vegetables.
It is.
It's like eating cousins.
A twiglet would not
You,
eat
you ever go to
vegetables.
someone's house and you like open the fridge and it's like you're eating a big meal because there's like a bunch of people there, and then you're like, I have no idea where these people are gonna put leftovers because there's no room in this fridge. That's about how this fridge
Let me
looks right
liberate
now.
them.
Like it's like,
After the big
where in the world are they gonna put any more food?
Let
It's
me
like
help
Thanksgiving
them.
And then there's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
meat
yeah.
locker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let
That's
me
all right.
help
I'll
them.
bring
Like
it
you're
up
wondering,
a
like,
quarter
do
of
they
it
have
will be
like
gone.
plastic wrap, like holding all this into the fridge? Like,
That's all right. Half of that I'll put over the toilet seat and I'll never know.
Yep.
No.
no.
Maybe we
I'll
won't
just
let
go
you
to my
stay in
room
the
later.
group anymore.
We can't afford you anymore. I think you need to level
I'll
up to a
change
more
my name to Elf.
expensive party.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are not
Okay.
them,
All right.
they are not
So if
us.
nobody has anything else, we move on to the following day. You wake up, surprisingly, to the smell of cooked meats being cooked. You can smell the sweet aroma of like bacon and ham being cooked and rising through the floorboards as you wake up.
Food.
Breakfast?
Yeah.
Food.
Why not? After I'll do a little prayer to the Creator and a little Calisthenics.
Is this really early? Is this normal morning time, or
So
did we
it's about
sleep
like
a long
7,
time
8,
because of how
so-
long the
I'm gonna say it's probably like 8 in the morning. Well, actually, it's probably later because you had the festivities the night before, which went into the early morning. So it's probably actually like late
And it was a
morning at
long
this-
day.
Yeah. So it's probably a late morning, like 10, 11 in the morning,
Okay.
unless somebody specifically wanted to get up early for something.
Who would that be?
But,
Not I.
Some crazed individual.
But you walk down the stairs, and there is the table there that had all the plans and everything on it that you guys kind of surrounded whenever you were discussing the plans that Kudo and his group kind of put together. But instead of there being plans on the table, there is a smattering of different types of cooked meats and some fruits and things like that put there for you guys to help yourselves. And the cook that was knocked out the day before is in the kitchen facing the little window that he has into the living room and whatnot, and you can hear the of him chopping some stuff. And as soon as somebody comes downstairs, you can see him like look up to see who it is because he doesn't want to get
paranoid.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be put to
Are
sleep.
you the
again.
one who did it last time? I will not
But
be
there is
taking
breakfast
them
there
twice.
for you guys.
Is he someone that we knew from like before hand and everything?
This you guys
Or is he a
didn't
new
have
guy?
you guys did not have a cook whenever you guys were when you guys lived here. Your mom generally took care of all the cooking and stuff like that for the family. This is probably somebody that your uncle probably hired or had cooking for him, but this person is used to doing this, so
You want a food tester?
probably doesn't know any different, and
Yeah.
just is doing his normal routine. So
Okay. I assume the great table with the wargaming, where the war plans were and everything is the big breakfast table.
yes.
I'll go down there and sit on a high chair and I'll see about eating something.
Any conversations anybody wants to have during breakfast? As everybody kind of gradually wakes up and makes their way down to breakfast and helps themselves.
How does the food taste?
Good. Yeah, decent. The
The arsenic is
ham,
exquisite.
the ham, which is the big part of right in the center of the table. If you can imagine, like anything that you've ever seen in like an animated movie, of just like a
Like in
big
Whoville.
banquet, yeah, like a
Whoville.
big banquet
Who beast?
like table, and then you just have like this
Yeah.
big piece of meat that's like
Yeah.
the bone sticking out of it and
Yeah.
everything. Like that's it. Like it's just this big like just side of meat or whatever that you just like cut
And
off your
the main
whatever.
character comes and grabs it and just
Yeah,
takes it in one
yeah.
bite.
But you just cut off whatever you
It's a big
want.
hunk
And
of
there's
wood.
already a little bit that's already sliced off and whatnot. And there's a knife there, and you just help yourself. But there's all kinds of different types. There's that, and there's bacon or the equivalent of bacon. There's a couple other different types of meat from different things that they.
Bacon
Quail or
equivalent?
something?
Yep.
Nothing is equivalent to bacon.
And then there's fruit.
Plenty
yes.
bacon.
The ham, if you cut it, it just like goes right through. It's just like it's surprising that the bone's even like sticking in this
Right.
thing. Like it would just you'd expect the bone just to kind of like fall off. It's just real nicely cooked, seasoned really well. Just an overall very good like home cooked meal of what you would expect for like a good home cooked meal. But as you guys are eating, about the time that you guys are finishing up, a few individuals enter into the home. Durik, a couple other Vigons, the council essentially that you put together the previous day. And then as they enter in, you can see a few folks standing outside, Laundra being one of them, waiting for you guys and to see kind of what your guys' plan is for the day. So, but Durik comes in and says, well, I hope that you've all had a good night's rest. You had a very long day yesterday. Has everybody had time to eat? I don't want you to feel like you were being rushed.
There's never enough time to eat.
How much time did we have?
See, he's got the same
You've
question.
had like a good like 20, 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. When did, like, kind of from beforehand, how long would it take for the writers to finish doing the messaging and everything?
It's gonna take days.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah. The closest one, the closest town was, I believe it was Herdun, which was like a little less than a day away. So that one probably not even, the message probably hasn't even gotten there yet.
Okay.
But yeah, it'll take a good couple days for them to travel down the different paths and whatnot.
Would
to
it be
get to all
easier
the
if someone
villages.
flew?
Well, you'd have to know where they are first, and then it's a matter of how fast you can fly too.
I'm just saying, if you skip the traversing of the roads and the stones and forest, as fast as a crow flies. I'm just
Oh
saying.
yeah, I mean you could
Anybody got a crow?
essentially do like a straight line, yes,
Mm-hmm.
if you knew which direction you were going.
I'm speaking of someone who would know, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much would that cut time off?
Probably at least half the day, at least.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay.
But that's in process. And again, from what you guys were told the day before, everything was still in the process of being moved and pieces being moved into place, and they were still waiting for the go ahead.
Mhm.
So it's not like there's going to be, at
Well,
least
they already
not,
left.
they were waiting for the go ahead
Yeah,
from your uncle
Yeah.
to commence
which
the
didn't
attack,
happen.
which didn't
Right.
happen, and the order never went out. So it's not like you guys are racing against the clock in
Right.
that respect to
Mhm.
try to make sure that an attack doesn't
Yeah.
happen.
We just want to clean up the loose ends as fast as possible.
Yes.
Right.
So, but that is something that is in process.
Yeah. No.
It'll
I
just
know.
take a few days, probably a good part of a week before everything gets down to the fronts and whatnot, unless somebody goes down the other way and then makes their way to the front. But then again, you're coming from the Living Tree Forest, so you're coming from not behind lines, but coming in front of everyone saying, the conflict's over! And like, how much are you going to be believed when you're coming like that? So, yeah. It's going to take time
You're just a slave to the clock.
at this point.
You can't speed it up.
But
Unless you can fly.
if you guys are finished, Durik says, all right, so with the two of you having returned, the assumption is that you're going to be taking your father's place as High Chief, and I guess everyone's just wanting to confirm this, if that's where your thoughts are.
Yeah, we just want to confirm that.
Confirmation.
Yeah. That was my plan. I mean, I think we can definitely talk more about it if there's more that someone wants to talk about it. But that was my plan.
Okay. Understand that it means staying here.
Right. And I think we wanted to talk a little bit more about it, just
To confirm.
to make sure that like our group's on the same page and just kind of what your guys' thoughts were. So we may not have a true definite answer right now. I think we were probably going to talk about it some more today.
Okay. That is fine. Just we, as being your council, are just looking for something to tell the people, because there are going to be people that are assuming that you're going to be sticking around, and at the same time, there may be others that are thinking something else. So we just want to make sure that Heartbound itself understands where things go from here and what to expect.
Okay.
But if you have not come to a decision yet on that front, then that is fine. We will wait the decision then.
Okay.
I think the major important thing is that they're out from under tyranny.
Oh yes,
And
yes, and we appreciate that. But in times now, people are going to be looking for who's leading now.
Understand, but I'm just saying they can look
They're
for
happy
ruins
to
and
not to be
rebuild.
under the thumb
Right.
and to not have to worry about war and conflict.
Mhm.
But at the same time, if there's no definite person to stand in the gap, so to speak, and take that position, there's a possibility of it just starting all over again right after all of you leave. Not saying that you have to leave. I'm just saying I don't expect all of you to stick around. I'm sure you have other things and other places you wish to go. But if you leave and there's no definitive authority figure, then what's to stop this from reoccurring?
Are you saying the Vigonians are gravitating towards violence?
No. I'm just saying there could be someone that comes in and puts somebody in control and puppets them.
So you're
Similar
saying,
to-
again, they will follow blindly to ever who holds a figure of authority in front of them.
The Great Mountains, the people that live in the mountains, we look up to the High Chief, and we follow the High Chief. So whatever they decide to do, we follow them. They
So
are our leaders.
That's what I was saying. Doesn't matter the moral conscience of the people, it's whatever the bidding of the one who is in charge.
Well, just with his uncle, I mean, I was living here, but didn't exactly agree with what his uncle was doing.
Well, I heard there were people removed because they didn't agree.
Correct.
And for those who did stay, who did voice their opinion to follow him, are still here, and it'd be easy for them to say, I could be violent again, as long as I had the right person in charge again.
The vast majority of the populace were neutral for this. They just wanted to go about their daily lives and didn't really want to get caught up in a conflict, and that also seemed distant because it is not right on their doorstep. And it is, in a matter of speaking, because it is the bottom of the mountains, but it wasn't right at their gates, so to speak. So for some, it was a matter of just going about their daily lives and not trying to get caught up in anything or get caught up in any politics. And then there were some that were more wholeheartedly agreement with Kudo and his philosophy and what he believed in, and wanting to make our people strong again, I guess you could say.
From a
And there was
certain
other-
point of view.
yes. And then there's others that agreed with the peace and would rather have that. So
Just seems like there's not a internal welling up in the people to gravitate towards a direction of fairness, love, peace towards other, and still think that they could be strong within those virtues. They think that those things are weak. So their strength only comes from oppression and being over others. That's their interpretation of strength.
which is also why it would be good to have somebody that a leader that would understand where those things come from, and to be an example in leading them as well.
Don't you have teachers in educational institutions that can teach us also, not just from the example of the highest leader of the land? That would seem to be able to shore up these beliefs on the micro.
Yeah,
on the
their
macro level
education
instead
would be a lot different from what yours would have been.
Oh, I understand.
Theirs
That.
is
I'm
not
just spreading the
as-
knowledge of a different way.
I understand, but yeah, for them
Their
that
way
is very
seems like it's just
This
the
is
king
their-
of the hill way.
yes, it is very much a sense like that.
Yes.
I mean, they would learn essentially like what their
Yes.
parents have done, and
Pointing
things
out a
like
flaw.
that.
I am
Yeah.
pointing out a flaw.
I understand.
And I'm talking to him as like, maybe the system needs to change, you can still have a higher up, but to instill these truths that the higher up is instilling, it needs to be governed from the lower sources, which is the young people being taught and also the families.
And then that is a
They come
that
from
is
the
a-
degree from the higher up.
that is a good idea. However, things like this are not going to be accomplished overnight, and it would be good to slowly integrate things like that.
So you're saying something like that could be imposed?
It could, yes. But we also need someone in leadership that is willing to go that
Understandable.
route.
I'm just talking about your history and why these things are so easily to be from one extreme to another. And that's why you need a good leader or everything goes south.
Well, this is also relatively new as well, this whole...
Are you saying the Vigons were usually...
No, the history,
in the past?
and you would know this from the going on this whole adventure with Galandra going to Avalon and speaking to the king and running into Galandra, and the history from what the Vigons told you. Originally, the mountains, it was every tribe or every village for themselves. It was warring, and it was an infighting. It never left the mountain.
That is true. That I know.
But then they united under one banner, which would have been his ancestor.
Yes.
And then, because of them uniting, then they were then able to pursue peace also outside of the Great Mountains, which led to the peace with the Living
Yeah,
Tree
no one
Forest.
wants to trade with a bunch of warmongers, right?
And that was the statue that's in the center of the
Yes.
town. So the whole concept of having one person overseeing the whole thing is even relatively new within the last couple generations for these people. So the idea of what you are suggesting is new to them. I mean, they would have gotten to that point eventually.
But their level of morality and the idea of what they think is right and wrong basically still came from the higher up. And whatever the higher up said, the majority,
sense.
followed suit.
In a sense. But a lot of them, like,
You gotta
It
get
would've
some
been-
rogue people.
it would have been like living in a country that, you know, in some point in history that did some awful things. Let's say, like, you know, the Nazis. But in order to fight the war, we'll just say Germany put in to effect, like, the draft, and you got drafted in as a soldier to fight the war, but you don't agree with the things that the Nazis are doing. Does that make you inherently bad for fighting in the military? It's like,
They were already conditioned to join the military.
I
They didn't
understand,
need
but
to
you
try.
understand what I'm
I
saying.
know the
though.
hypothetical, but it was a little different than that. I would see more like North Korea. Because once they changed, the whole families were brought to worship the leader. And you couldn't disobey the leader or you'd be chastised.
No, like,
You had to have a
the
picture
way
of the
this
leader
works
in your home.
is there's the high chief
Yes.
that governs and oversees everything, but
Mhm.
there's also the elders in each of the villages that oversee each village and then kind of report back to the
They're
high
minor
chief.
high chiefs. Yes.
Yes. And then whenever there's, like, if they need to form a military or something like that, like, or if there's a conflict, they can join freely unless something else comes up where just every able-bodied person.
Right,
or
because they don't
whatever.
have a standing military.
Yeah.
So that's a different system than an actual standing military. I
Yes.
I understand. But they never left the mountain.
Correct.
This is the first time, like Galandra said, they came down to the right. So this shows that there was a bigger pull that the leadership had compared to the past. To be able to organize, get it together, and actually send, like say, a large military outside of the boundaries.
Yes. And with, you know, something like this
And to
now,
sign a
to
strength
see
and
that
glory.
something like this, like, they've only experienced the positives of having a good person in charge that is seeking peace
Right.
and doesn't want conflict. And now they've seen the reverse side of that, of
Mhm.
having
is the
someone in
first
charge. Yes, and this is the first time. So now it's a learning part of them trying to
Yeah.
figure out how do we address this and keep this from
I would think a
happening
closer
again.
idea would be the concept like Israel. They had good and bad kings.
Yes.
That's where I would.
Yes.
So,
But they are also
yes.
looking because they're expecting someone that is from that bloodline to just step in.
Right, because of the idea he was good and he did that, so there's a better chance. Or they have leadership qualities
Yes.
or like that.
Yeah.
My big push on the very last thing in this conversation we're going to cut really soon is I feel they would aid this town, this community, and other towns if they were able to erect temples for the Creator, which would help guide all, not just the high leader, in the sense of life, morality, respect for others, and to be able to aid others through the teachings of the Creator. And I would like to give him some written out papers about belief in the Creator and things like that.
Yeah, because that,
Yes.
for the most part, is very, very new to them.
It's foreign.
Yes, very foreign.
And that's why, because they're at a transitional, pivotal time. And I would like to introduce something to help them so that way it would be less chance for this evil, bad situation to arise when the people already have it instilled in their hearts to reject that before it gets to that level.
Yeah.
And so, as little twiglet cleric would like to present that to him. And I would, of course, I'm doing it to him because we're going to talk to Raylog later about it. But this is to instill into other leadership people's minds so that way they have an option for the Creator. And I would be happy to pray over this with the Creator to get guidance to be able to help instruct in the future.
Yeah, I mean, he listens to that and
Yeah.
tries to absorb as much of it
Because we're come from
as
another
possible.
culture.
Yep.
And that's why I
you
want to
guys,
spread
you
it.
guys, it is very, very. Yes, it
Yeah.
is very like left to right.
Because I
from
can
where you
see
guys
it
are
from an
coming
outsider's point of view, where you guys live through it. And this is another avenue that will help those to mend themselves from what just happened.
Yeah, and just for the answer that like Raylog gave for which you guys don't know about his whole ordeal with that other mysterious figure that showed up in the fight, but even for his answer of like his strength coming from the Creator and that being the source of his strength goes to show the level of progress that they've made from leaving here, which not to say that they were bad people, but to understand morals
With a
and
lack of knowledge.
yes,
Yeah.
and to
I'll just say ignorant.
yes,
Develop.
to over the
Yeah.
time that they've been away from being isolated in the mountains to understanding the teachings of the Creator and then following
Right.
the Creator as
Seeing the
well.
power of the Creator.
Yes. So they have more firsthand
Yes.
knowledge and experience with that than
Yeah.
anybody else.
Because this
in the
conversation is
villages.
going on in front of everybody.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we're still eating.
Sure. If you want to.
I took a
someone
berry.
on the
I don't
other-
have to keep eating.
There's someone on the other side.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So that's my input.
What?
So again, I'm doing the missionary kind of thing for the Creator.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm done with my half hour. Everyone can play now.
All right. So.
This segment brought to you by Berries for.
Are you
Very
guys
sure.
going to stay in the home, or are you going to go out and start talking?
In the home.
My
It's been
bracelet
a
went off.
long time. You gonna stay in the home.
That's how
Alarm went off
like
when you got out of bed, man.
Traveling with this party has really aged me, let me say.
My Merc's going gray. Gray Merc now.
It's changed my life
Yeah.
by at least a decade.
At least.
In 2 years.
Are we staying in the High Chief home, or are we going out to mingle with others out in the village, or what are we
Do
doing?
the people in this home have to be high?
Well, are we gonna talk about stuff? I mean, I think we could talk
That's up
about
to
it
you
in,
guys.
in the house.
This is up to you and where you want to go and what you want to do.
Well, I guess that matters if you want to already have knowledge before you go out to the masses, or go out and have a lot of questions and say, I don't know. So
Yeah.
that's up to
I
you.
don't
Depends on how
really
much you
wanna be
wanna know.
bombarded by questions.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna ask questions here, and you're gonna be asked questions out there. So which one do you want? At least you'll get answers with us,
In the comfort of
so
your
you
own
can get
home.
answers to tell them when they ask you.
Mhm.
In
So
the
if
comfort
they
of
say,
your
"Are you
own
staying
home or in an
there?" And you say,
unfamiliar
"Oh, I
place.
really haven't made my mind up because we haven't talked about it yet." So if we talk about it, then you can.
We're on the fence.
What do you think, Sybil?
Hola. Kimbo.
She has to unmute herself.
Yeah.
Or a chance to be
I
talking.
think that it would be wise to get answers before talking to people who have more questions than we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those questions will come straight from the game master anyway, so we need to get this
Yeah.
nipped in the bud first. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'd be a good idea to hash out your plan before even talking to them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Did Derek did he have any other like business or something that he had questions about?
No, he was just basically going to, stick around in case you had anything that
Yeah.
you needed the council to take care of or for him to do. But
Okay, so
other than
there's
that,
a-
he was going to stick around in case you had questions or
to make a decision.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want him to leave, I mean that's up to you.
But where is he?
Even though you guys haven't
Physically.
decided on whether you're staying, everybody is
Yeah.
treating you as if
You
are
are.
high chief right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah. So is he sitting outside the door on
no,
the
no, no,
steps?
no, no. He's basically standing there by the table.
Where we are.
Yes.
Okay, all
Because
right.
he
I just
came
didn't
in
know.
with essentially the other council members.
Where are the members?
Just
They're there too?
circling the table, just.
Oh, okay.
standing
So we're
there.
all one big happy family here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But if you want them to leave, then
Yeah.
they will
So if
leave.
we're gonna
That's up
talk
to you.
about us and whatever, we don't have to have them staring at us. Because
Or if you just want Durek to stick around, or just one of them, I mean that's up to you on how you want to handle it.
Someone walks past with a bowl of popcorn.
Or if you want them to go into another room and
Yeah. Unless you want to see them make our decision and cry and say separation or stick together and all that stuff.
Man, I think we can work this out on our own and let them know our kind of what we decide.
So you'll dismiss them and
Yes.
then okay.
okay,
Yep.
all right, then they will say, all right, well, we'll be around whenever you have made a decision. Then
Okay.
we will tell the others that you are otherwise occupied.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
We'll check the room for bugs and traps and see if they're peeking in on us. I mean,
You might see occasional
wire.
like head poke up over my window.
Someone put the glass in the door.
All right,
Can't trust those Dixie cups at all. They crumble.
all right.
Okay.
So they exit, and you hear a little bit of a muffled conversation
Yeah.
from outside, and
And they're gonna hear some from inside. Okay. All right. Who wants to start the conversation then? This seems to be a very
Hot topic.
yeah. Oh, hot pockets. Hot pockets taste good.
They don't
Yeah.
come in berry.
They don't, but in the day. But the idea that this is a turning point in possibly our relationships because of the turning point that you're having in your life.
I'm so offended by that.
Yes. How does that make you feel then?
Tell me.
makes me angry.
Uh-oh, he's turning green. He's gonna be on fierce. Okay.
Turn you into kindling.
I'm out of here. Alright? If I had teleport, I'd be gone.
It's like a little bone.
That was a warning. You stole myself. Okay.
I have not forgotten.
Okay.
So Kim, are you there? We're gonna start talking amongst ourselves.
Time to chit chat.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Amongst and with ourselves.
Oh, Kim.
Oh, what's up?
Raylog says something to you.
Oh,
You were
I'm sorry, Sybil was staring off into space a little bit.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll
Yeah, so
slap you.
my
So
bad. Ah,
the council members that came in have been dismissed. So we're able to talk about like what
Future
everybody's
plans.
thoughts are. Yeah, future plans for us as a group, us as individuals, how we're thinking of dealing with things with the town and everything.
Burn it down.
okay.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's not like it hasn't
I-
done before.
I think that we should start with what the town needs.
90% build.
What what does the town need? Where does it need to go from here to be successful? As a, what would you consider yourselves a country, a people group, whatever it is, a nation of sorts? So we need to think about that kind of first. So you guys were at war. You need to make some kind of a move that demonstrates peace other than disbanding the army. You need a solid leader who's going to make sure that those things are in action. You're also going to need people that were already here to guide and as like a council kind of deal to get buy-in from the people who are here. Those kinds of things are the things that we need to decide before like going into anything. And then once we decide what we need for that, then we talk about what we ourselves need and where we're going to plug ourselves in or out, and we'll see where it goes from there. That's my take.
Okay. Seems fair. So, I mean, this, like, as far as what the village needs, the town needs, like, they need leadership, kind of like you pointed out. I mean, I think that can come in many forms. Like, it could be a single person, it can be kind of like the council, or it could be a person with assistance from a council. So, I mean, what are your guys' take on that? I mean, I guess what would I understand as with my history and everything?
You know, just from history of the mountains and how things have gone, the people they don't really enjoy change that much. The biggest change that ever came around was the whole uniting under one banner and one person basically overseeing and ruling it over all of the mountains.
Because what was it before that? Just nothing?
It was just warring tribes.
Okay.
And all the villages warring against each other.
It's pretty cool.
All the time.
And after
Just like
that was then done, the next biggest thing was, which I guess it was a big deal, but it didn't really stir things up in the mountains, was the peace with the Living Tree Forest and the surrounding regions. And I mean, that's basically it. But you know from just growing up in this region that the people do better to slowly migrating into something other than something that's super abrupt, unless the occasion absolutely calls for it. Like whenever everybody united under one banner, it was just like it was either do it or you're gonna be
You're
exiled
toast.
from the mountains, or you're toast. It's one or the other. Either join us or die, essentially. But it probably wouldn't have been die. It probably would have been just like don't leave the mountains and don't come back. Probably. And then when the peace, I mean, it was basically decreed from high up down to the bottom. So, I mean, everybody just kind of went with it. I mean, there wasn't really that much pushback on it either. So the people do a lot better with slower migrating into something. So if you went into doing something where like a council is running things and it's a group of people,
with this circumstance that we kind of liberated them from,
well,
kind of
you're also
kind of
dealing with
present
multiple
this-
villages, and then if you appoint a group to oversee it, there could be villages that look at that and say, well, why didn't the elder get pulled into the council? Like, how come so and so like he's not going to be high chief, so what gives him the right to choose who's going to rule us? Like, do we get a word over it? Do we get a say in it? Like, why didn't our elder get to go? Why isn't he part of the council?
Why do I have water buffalo?
You know. So, I mean, you could run into something like that if you're just choosing a group that's going to be.
They want
leading
a
them.
one figurehead.
And that's
is
what they're
he's talking
used
about.
to.
That's what he's.
Not saying that it can't move from that to something else, but they probably need to do that over a period of
Start
time.
off on the wrong foot.
They don't
Yes.
really have a complicated representative.
Start with something that they're used to and slowly move them into something else if that's what you want to do.
Because I guess what in the entire world, like what government wise is actually known,
Oh, we have a king in F0.
right?
Yeah, Ifazera, there's the king, but he does have advisors, but it is overall ruled by the king. And then most of the time, outside of
Satellite kingdom.
Avalon, which Avalon's kingdom when it comes to Praxis is basically the Whistling Hills, and that's it. The rest of it is Free Praxis, which is a variety of different types of government. You have, just a major city that could be run by, a couple noble families or
Lords and
important,
kings.
important people that live in that city.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be just one person, one family running the city.
Yeah, theocracy.
Sybil would have a little bit more understanding on that along with Toravine because they come from Free Praxis.
We know how to enslave people.
So they know a little bit more of how something like that is run. For a lot of Free Praxis, like for villages and towns, a lot of them have their own locally run government, but then for something that is bigger, they look to the closest city that is there and look to them for guidance
a lot
for
of times
things
it's
or for protection.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it's you guys, again, in the Grey Mountains would be part of Free Praxis too, so it's kind of a locally designed government of whatever the locals at that region decide on, essentially.
You guys are more like the Hunger Games,
Pretty much.
No.
Yeah.
just in a nicer atmosphere. But the concept is up to one.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you wanted to move to something like that, where it's a group of people running the mountains, then you can. But that is a drastic shift from what the people are used to.
But you would have to earn their respect of their leaderships connected to the one, and slowly giving them more autonomy, but still staying as one.
Yes, because that's another thing too. Is if you drop it to that and be a group, I mean, it would just be a slight, like, right there at the knife's edge, so to speak, for them to just drop back into, well, we're doing whatever the elder says, and it's just every village for themselves running.
We all go Confederate.
So, at least if it stays the way that it is right now, you can make sure that the peace lasts and keeps, stays, and then you can gradually move things on to something else if you don't want it to be run by one person.
You're like the federal, and they're like the state legislation. So if you had a federal, and you could say, I want, sort of like a president concept, in charge of the federal federation, and then you have representatives from districts that are connected to the federal president. And so you could wean them off of that and say representatives could come and be the federal to run the states, and they could have the state representative come and be a voice. So you could slowly, but it has to first
my
start.
council is my cabinet.
Essentially.
So, but you would have to get rid of the high one as a representative, but they would be weaned off. Once they see the benefits, we can still be together, we don't need one guy. But that takes time, like you say. So the system can work, but it has to be implemented slowly, which doesn't help our group any, because
Yes,
No.
because
We
essentially,
don't have
if
2
you are
years.
if you're taking the position of High Chief
Yeah.
to implement this, then that
Yeah.
means that you are stuck here.
now the only way you could do is split up High Chief. Because High Chief is governed by what's on your shoulder. If you had, sort of like the King Arthur and the Round Table concept, implement it into High Chief, and then everyone's got to say, everyone has worth, but everyone has authority at the same time, and then it's autonomous on the top of the group of the cabinet. and they would replace just the one person, but it would be the position, not the person. And that's when you have to have governing laws and rules and whatever, so that way, like a constitution, so that way it won't change, and they have to stick by the constitution, then they govern to the lower ones.
This is Torvine and Sybil explaining to you how laws and all that kind of stuff come into play,
It's
which you
disgusting.
guys don't really have.
Right.
You have traditions.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is how you would upgrade to be closer to the modernization of the other governments to be compatible, so that way there's a less chance that one guy will mess up the whole system. You just need a lot of leftists in charge of your country to mess it up. So for you, starting off at the right point, it would be a good cabinet to be representation as the federal, and then let them be the states that are accountable to the federal. But you would have to split this up to authority to the cabinet with written constitution. So that's how you would have to transition. But again, like you said, tradition, it takes time.
Mm-hmm.
Your sister looks up to you. Looks up at you. Brother. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay here? Or do you want to go out with the rest of the party?
Well, I don't really want to just abandon them and just not see them again or anything, if that's what you're asking. But I mean, I still feel like, I mean, someone definitely needs to lead this village and get it to a good point, and maybe even transition to a.
Is that something that you want to transition into?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about those sort of things to know whether that's what we should do or shouldn't do. I mean, I definitely see that the fact that it was, I guess, somewhat easy for someone to take control of the village and do some nasty things that by no means do we want to have happen again, but I don't know truly, like, as far as how to just prevent that. I mean, other than being the leader.
Still not leave.
What's that, Kim?
Necessarily.
What's
Yeah,
that?
There's no reason why you couldn't be high chief and still leave. Like, not forever, but just for a little while.
Vacay? Side quest?
And there are
There's
sending
things-
stones.
There are things happening,
What
and
if-
I will point this out, there are things happening here that have happened in other places that are going to affect more places with more people. So as what would be, in your case, the high chief, it is not only your responsibility for
duty.
your people, but your responsibility to make this stuff known to other peoples that you would wish to ally with in the future. And there's no reason as a high chief why you wouldn't go to consult with other world leaders and share with them, hey, your plight would be their plight as well. Gain allies and things against the evil that happened in your town, in your villages. So it doesn't happen here again, but also anywhere else. And make others aware of what's going on. So
I mean-
as your position could hold, you would gain cloud position to help other people in other places. So you could stay here as high chief, but also leave and do other delegations under the name of, what was the word I'm thinking of?
Diplomacy and stuff.
I mean,
Diplomacy. Yes, thank you.
that makes sense, but I don't know if I don't really feel that my the people in the village will see it
They're
that
gonna
way.
expect you
And I
to
don't think
stay
it has to
within
be
the
immediate.
mountains.
Who's
Unless
it
you're
has to
going
be
out
right
for
now?
something diplomatic, they're gonna expect you
We
to
could
stay
wait a whole
within
month or two. Like, it doesn't need to be now.
Okay.
I really do think that you should take at least 2 or 3 weeks and stay here. You and Dr. both. I mean, all of you. Like,
Give them a sense of stability.
Mhm.
Yeah, like they need something set. I don't think that you should go anywhere anytime soon. Either of you.
Right.
Now you got
I
your
agree with
mountains
that.
straightened out.
You can't just liberate a city and then people are like, yeah, you should leave now, and then leave.
I think whatever you decide, that you still need to stay for a while. I don't think
Right.
It's a different
I
scenario.
agree with that.
immediately is a good choice.
Mhm.
We all know that there's stuff going on out there that needs someone looking into it. There's something going on with these people that we keep running into. Not exactly sure, but our group seems to be running into them for whatever reason. And we have more experience with them and more knowledge about them than it seems probably anybody else right now. And I don't think it would be good for the party, for the group to just stay here and be idle for a couple weeks. That's just my personal idea. But at the exact same time, I think that somebody does need to stay behind.
Mhm.
I don't know how you feel about it, brother, but I mean, I could always stay behind, take care of things until whatever's going on with this wizard and whatever that other thing was is sorted out. I could stay behind and kind of run things until you're able to come back and be chief. Just as a stand-in.
She is blood.
Yeah.
And she's as strong as any man.
Being Vigonian helps.
She could always open up that Dothra's flower shop on the corner too.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe one of my rocks comes back here. You never know.
Rocky Talkie your way over there.
Yeah.
We'll be back. I will be back. Okay, my card.
Okay, Arnold.
I shall return to my cart.
It's just an idea, because I do think that one of us needs to stay and help run things and try to transition things if that's what we want to do. But at the same time, if you want to, I do feel like one of us needs to stick with the group as well. And if you really want to go with the group and want to have more time outside of the mountains before having to
Take up your official
take up,
duties.
yes,
Mhm.
then I'm okay covering if that's what needs to happen. I mean, we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Right.
So, as much as the group has become, and you can see she's starting to get a little bit of emotional as she's talking, and you can see that her eyes are starting to water up, and
It's all that pollen she's
Yeah,
been
we-
hanging out with.
I lost one family, and then it was just my brother and I, and you guys have become family over a short time, and I don't want to see you go, and I don't want to be far from you, but at the same time, our people need one of us to stay behind and to make sure that things can mend and go back to at least my sense of normal. And if we want to get our people onto a better path, I think the best scenario is for my brother or I to be here to direct them down that path.
Mhm.
Are you guys gonna arm wrestle over it? I don't know what traditions you have, so this is the question.
I mean, we don't have to, since we are kin. Dread.
You guys, do you need us to leave so that way you can make
No,
your?
no, I mean,
Okay.
this involves all of us. So,
Make your peace.
I mean,
and
if
what are your thoughts, brother?
yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to leave you behind. I mean, at the same time, I mean, I kind of feel like it's my responsibility to stay. And you could go, but I mean, then again, then we're still separated at the same time. So,
But not forever. It's only for a time.
right.
And where else safer could I be than home? Surrounded by friends of the family.
I thought you were gonna say flowers.
Well, I
And
mean,
if
it
we-
also seems like you kind of want to go as well.
Well, it's a matter of I want to stick with the group. I mean, the group has been like family, but
Mhm.
It's not like they're
we also
both
have
the
a
other
responsibility.
Right.
And-
Which both of us don't need to be a part of. Like, I could be a part of it, and you can still stay with the group. I mean, what is it that you want? I mean, you're saying one thing, but is that truly of the two options what you want?
I think it would be good for you to continue to go out and experience what the outside world has and to learn maybe what other types of government there is outside of our little region here in the mountains, and then you would be better equipped to come back and make a decision on where to lead our people. Because that is what our Father wanted, is for you to lead one day. And you
Right.
can. But if you also want to move us into a better way and teach our people a better way, I feel like it would be good for you to go out and learn more.
Exposure to foreign politics.
And
Legally.
you seem a lot better than you were when we fled from home.
His noggin makes more sense.
Yeah. You have more matured.
Yes.
I mean, you have a long way to go, but you have matured.
And this is just a thought. I don't even know if it's something that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to run it by the council and everything to see what they think.
Right. Right, because if they don't think it's a good idea, then I'll probably have to be the one that stays.
But just a thought.
I mean, we'll think about it a little more. Maybe give them an answer by the end of the day, at least of what we're thinking. All right. So what? So the
I mean,
I
what
think
do the rest of you guys think? I mean,
Well,
that's-
we didn't want to interrupt with
Go.
you guys
ahead.
because we already gave.
Or 10 cents worth.
Well, I mean, you
yeah.
guys talked about moving into like a group and whatnot, but I mean, that's, you guys can interject with this.
Well, I
too.
mean, we don't want to make it sound like one person is better to stay or go for the sake of either the town or Kindred, because both of you have been intricate in the success of not just of us protecting and keeping us from dying when we fought together, but also for the retaking of your town.
Mhm.
It couldn't have been done either way, with or without you. Everything happened because we had both of you. And the idea of having one less in the group, it'll be a deficit. It'll be an empty spot, no matter which one goes with us or doesn't. But obviously the town would have, no matter who stays, would have the benefit of either one of you is a great addition.
We could also possibly, as just a thought, we could also have possibly one of the.
She just
Folks.
disconnect?
I think so.
Yeah. She doinked off.
She's probably using.
And
we could
she's
also
back.
possibly have somebody from the forest stay here in Heartmount as a means for whoever stays to contact the group and to perhaps give guidance as well. I mean, that's something that we could do. Maybe.
Maybe, kind of, sort of.
Who would that be?
I don't know. I'm just saying we could ask and see if that's something that we could.
I mean, as someone who
An
has
option
other
we could
experience.
Just so that like you don't have to leave like a sending stone. So if they want to contact you, they could essentially use them as a medium to contact the group to say, "Hey,
just
this is what's
literally
going
go
on."
get us.
What's that?
And maybe even literally go get us.
Or that, you know, if there's a, but they would have to be familiar with
The lane.
the area and where you are.
Oh, true.
So
There's no trees.
yeah.
I carry
So-
the sprouting wherever I go.
You gotta get Torvine to grow like 10 times so he's a big enough tree to use.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody got B12 in their bag? Anybody?
Okay.
I stand in Epsom salt every night.
We've got healing potion. Anybody got growth potion?
Okay. Anybody have anything else to add to this discussion?
It almost sounded like he was going to be like, well, we don't, it makes sense for you to stay, but we also want both of you in our group. So instead, we'll just bring the village with our group and we'll just all be happy.
We've turned them
We'll put
into
it in this
Kind of
gypsies.
sounded like where he was going to go.
We've turned
Whoops.
you into gypsies.
Finally got rid of that crazy bird that's been flying around here.
Wait,
How
which
are we
one are you
gonna
talking
swing
about?
that wagon over the?
All of them.
Oh.
The bird that ate Festus.
We've swung a bear across a crevice. What about a wagon? No, you can't take great grandma's china.
No, you can't. Well, you certainly can try.
It'll make the trip. It just might not end up where you went.
I mean, it just seems like if the people need to have the representation at the top head to replace and always have, I would have to say Raylog would have to stay.
Just bear in mind, whoever stays or whatever, like whoever doesn't stay ends up becoming your playable
Playing
character.
No, yeah.
So just
and I
bear that
played
in
both
mind.
of them,
Just
so.
bear that in mind.
No, I understand.
I think if you want to appease the people and have a replacement as the son who came back to liberate from uncle who was deceiving them to destroy them, then I think the one who liberated him through the line should be the male figure, should be his son.
Right, and I kind of agree with that. And it's just the other thing is like, well, it also makes sense for that person who should be the leader to learn other information about the leading. And
Yeah, and I blame him for doing that.
which, yes.
Dothra could be Secretary
So,
of State.
it
But at the same time, I feel
You
like
can also
Dothra would
pull the
understand those
council
things
in
better.
here
a
to
finer point.
Help you out.
to give insight, possibly.
Say that again.
You could also pull in the council or a few members to see if this is something that.
They have a say in.
I just want to know if they have like
Right, and we'll
Indian
do
leg
that.
wrestling conferences.
But we
every
wanted
Wednesday.
our own
I'm
discussion,
just
saying.
and then we have another thing that we need to discuss.
Yeah.
So
Discussing.
It is
Discussing.
disgusting. So,
We will discuss the discussing.
I think coming just out of our knowledge, I think the most plausible would be Raylog would stay. We would miss you. But again, we can easily talk to you. We know you enough to do sending stones and whatever.
mhm.
You'll be like Isaac, a part of the group without being with the
Wait,
group.
Yeah. So I missed a D-man. So, alright. Okay, so basically that's what Torvine thinks.
Does Sybil have any thoughts?
Sybil?
Right after Raylog got a whole bunch of cool stuff.
Sweet revenge.
Either way sounds valid. Like leaving to learn or negotiate or staying to hold down
Figurehead.
for it. Either whatever suits the situation the best, I suppose.
Do you have
I
a
think it would be a good idea
preference?
to talk to the council of whoever's counseling before we go out. Or you go out, I mean, you guys go out. Yes.
Did you have a thought on who goes with the group and who stays?
A preference?
Yeah.
Do you have a thought on that?
On who goes and who stays?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Is was that the question?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a
Yes.
preference.
They want to know if you want Raylog
Yeah.
to go stay or Dothra go stay.
Who do you think should stay
Oh,
and who should go?
I thought that's what I just said. That both sound like valid points. It just depends on the situation at hand.
no,
which
no,
is
we-
why I think talking
Well,
to
Do you have a preference?
Yes, we heard your politicalized
Yeah.
answer. Please give us your unbiased
Kim,
opinion.
Kim, not Sybil. Kim, do you want Raylog to stay or Dothra?
Okay. Say it again.
Who do you want to stay?
I'm not a politician. You have to expect me to not give you a straight answer here. I guess, well, like, is this like a meta question?
Yes.
Yes,
However you want
Or
it
is
to
this
be.
who Sybil wants to stay?
she wants Sybil to stay.
All right. So Sybil wants to roll Heartmount now.
I stay. I will rule our friend.
She's the mistress.
Yeah.
No,
Knew it was coming.
Yeah.
they're all taller than me. This would never work.
Well, it will look prettier, I tell you that.
Anyway, basically, I don't know. Is this a meta question?
I think
Yeah, this
It
is
can be
talking
meta
about-
or it can be Sybil answering, whatever you want to.
whichever
to
way
be.
gets the answer best for
Kevin,
us.
do you think you could actually even play Dothra like Dothra?
This is meta.
Yeah.
In some ways, I think so.
Well, a lot of times,
What are the
mean, I
other ways?
we were letting Colton play her girl. So, he even talked like her.
Wow.
It's a persona for her.
Hey, big boy.
No.
That was a little too deep.
Did too much.
Okay, maybe we should just, let's keep her along.
She has put in her 2 cents. She wants us to keep Raylog with the group.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to the
Although it'll be
consensus.
entertaining to have
I mean, this is the point that if Kevin wants to switch from being a barbarian to just being a fighter, I mean,
Yeah.
this is the point in which he
Yeah.
can switch.
With a high DR, but of course you just got some cool trinkets
Hmm.
and fierce.
Which I need to look at a little more, but sure.
He's like, what toys do I have again?
Yeah,
So
you
what?
just got 'em
What does
yesterday.
Kara think?
I mean, Dothra seems to be.
Sybil thinks that if Raylog really would take on like the title of High Chief, then having like the High Chief of Heartmount around wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, we
Around-
could use them as a resource.
Around
That
the.
would be a boon.
Around the village or
No,
with
she's
Kindred?
saying
No.
with the group.
Okay. I was
To,
like,
to
around
say,
the-
like, oh, we have the
We have
chief-
another
high,
royalty.
Yeah, we have the high
Oh,
chief
yeah.
of the Great
I see what
Mountains.
you're saying. Yeah.
We have the high chief of the Great Mountains with us.
You know how many common people would be in a group then all of a sudden?
This is a little OP.
She's
We have the
really-
heir to Whetstone,
Yeah.
the nobility of
We're known as
Arbordale,
those escaping our
and then
responsibilities.
we have the high chief of, and then Torvine's over here. What am
A
I?
little root guy.
We shouldn't have called ourselves Kindred. We should have called ourselves Rumspringa of Responsibility.
Oh, a king's choice.
We are fleeing our responsibilities temporarily because we haven't decided if we want them.
Yeah, I mean, it's alright.
I can't do it, Mommy!
In the shadow.
Too much
What are you
pressure!
talking about? Shoreline doesn't have any responsibility.
No, I'm just running the
Why don't you be
group
just
constantly, making sure we don't
Yeah, we
make stupid decisions.
I'm on a massive
Okay,
berry
yeah.
quest.
I'm babysitting all the royalty.
Massive berry
Trying to
quest.
keep 'em all
That's
I feel
what
like
I
a
do.
butler chasing after royalty
That's what
constantly.
we should call her, Joe.
Always.
I just like my orange juice. And so. Okay.
Feel like, oh, what was the butler's name for Kara that always was
Jeeves.
Kara?
Like,
Kara always
I
gave a
can't
hard
remember.
time.
yeah.
That's what Torvine feels like.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
So what does Kara think?
Kara thinks, well, it would be nice to have Raylog with us. Dothra wouldn't be a bad option to have as the person for Heartmount who travels around and speaks for Heartmount. She was the one keeping an eye out for Raylog all this time when he was not quite himself anyway. Even though I don't like the idea of hearing the GM speak like a girl the whole rest of the time. But I don't know if having Raylog join us would reverse all the work that has been accomplished at Heartmount. That's my take on it.
So what's the definitive choice of which one you would wish 100%?
I think the best choice in Heartmount's interest would be to have Dothra with us and Raylog stay.
So Raylog stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completely not including the fact that being married to the GM, I don't want to hear the GM talking like Dothra.
No, you just have to listen to Kevin talk like a female for the rest of the game.
Neither one.
Just plug your nose into it. It might sound good.
We'll get you some
I can't
helium.
believe that Kevin's even leaving this up to discussion. Like, he's
gonna have a
literally
town
leaving,
vote
letting
on
you
it.
guys vote on what he plays for the rest of the game.
He's like, I offer myself up.
All right, so that's 1 and
To the
1.
group?
That's 2,
Oh.
and then Kimberly said she wanted to take you with for clout, for nobility is kind of cool. Okay, that's 3 outlooks. What's your outlook as a player, not the characters?
As the player, so I mean, I'm okay playing either of them. I think they're both going to be equally pretty decent for the group.
Okay, and
I think that from like character wise, I think it makes sense for the future leader to get experience, but it also makes sense for Dothra to be the one who,
The diplomatic one.
yeah, who goes around and has a better understanding of things and then can learn more. And then Raylog, who is kind of like the chosen, kind of looked at leader, kind of stays.
so who do you want to play then?
I'm okay with whatever, really. I don't really have,
A preference?
yeah, I mean, I don't
So who do you want to play?
like, I'm not against either of them. I mean, I think it'd be nice to like improve my new ability a little bit and up my charisma or something for sure, but like I think I want the story to make sense and play out well.
It makes sense in both sides. We all
It
have.
does.
We
It
already
does.
did arguments for
This
both
is
sides.
ultimately up to you.
It's
Kevin,
your preference.
and how
Yeah.
you can
I
you
think
can.
at this point, it's up to Kevin.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
up to you on whether you want to continue and be, this massive tank for the group and Raylog and, be that, that anchor, or whether you're gonna be like somewhat of a tank and be the fighter with Dothra, unless you want to multi-class into something. But
Multi-class.
and not to say that the items that you got are only for Raylog. If he wanted to, give
It
them
kind of
to-
sounded like one is his and one is maybe Dothra's.
I mean, you can do one person has both. I'm just
Right.
If,
No, I understand.
They were given to Raylog, but if Raylog's gonna stick at home and not gonna be going out adventuring, then there's not really any point to him hanging on to them. And they can always be returned whenever she gets back, if that's
If she
what you
survives.
decide to do. Yeah.
She looked nice on the mantle of the night. The night dwell's mantle. These are trophies I got from Heartmount.
Didn't you know?
Like the Slayers Guild. He's got his own Slayers Guild.
Behold, the head of a Lomard! And this is another
Would the
word.
council have an opinion, or would
They
they
might have
just,
some insight
Yeah,
on some
that's
stuff.
that's the secondary to solidify your thoughts.
right? Or are they just gonna be like,
Whatever
we
you
want to
want.
do
I
whatever
can tell
Kevin wants
you-
to do?
I can tell you, but I mean, they would be metagaming at this point without having them come in.
We just did
Right.
metagaming. all
I
over
know,
the
I
place.
know, I know.
The timeline's been altered.
Yeah, I mean, I already kind of said how I felt. Like,
But there's no decision. That's what we're after.
Well, because like we're all a group and it all kind of impacts everybody.
Exactly. So, but we only have one person go with the group because the other one
Mhm.
has to
Yeah.
run the place.
I think at this point, the characters have made their statements,
Mhm.
and the players have made their statements. So it's
Right.
kind of up to you to decide now. So it's what you think, Raylog or Dothra or Kevin.
And who's
would
to
want do
say,
at this point.
you know, you go a couple sessions down and it's like, you know what? You know, I
Rotate.
chose Dothra. I'm really not feeling it right now.
Yeah.
Can I go back and switch? Sure, if you can find someone to teleport you back to, you know, Heartmount or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, brother, I'm just, I really think that you
Hop
should
into
go
a
and help
portal.
the party or whatever. I mean,
Tag, your turn.
Tap in, tap out.
I learned these things. I'm educating you from these other lands. Now it's your turn to go on.
Mhm.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it also does make sense that the character that I specifically made would continue.
that's the way I was going for.
Yeah,
but
primary.
then again, I'm not going to
Yeah.
railroad you into one way or the other.
Mhm.
Yeah, I will.
I do want to hear what the council says,
I think
just
that's wise.
for
yeah.
story
The
purposes.
GM
Yeah.
says,
But-
be free.
Like what? So the next topic.
Make it-
What was the next topic? It was like. or
I think
was
we
that
were
everything?
strictly on who stays.
You
who goes.
guys were discussing what the plan was to going forward on whether someone was staying, both were staying, that whole deal, and then you said you were going to get back to the council because they wanted to
Hear
have
what
something to
your
tell
thoughts
the
are.
people.
Yeah.
Right. But wasn't there another topic?
Well, we were
wanted-
just talking about the way changing the government, but that comes in time.
Yes.
So
There was
Okay.
that whole discussion of
yeah.
we probably should move things away from just
I
having
mean, we
one
could always
person
talk
run
about where
things.
we're gonna go next.
Mhm.
Like, what is our next plan of action, that kind of thing.
And what it means logistically for.
Well, yeah, as the group, once you figure out who's going to be in the group,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something to discuss once you determine who
Yeah.
the group's gonna be.
And then we'll see where we go.
Yes. Are we taking the bear? Or are we not taking
So-
the bear? No.
Oh, is he still alive?
That was something Jonathan asked me today. He was like, "Is the bear still alive?" I'm like, "Yep, the bear's still
He's
alive.
still there.
The
He's
bear
just
is
not
still
saying
alive."
much.
We kept him alive.
He didn't fall out of the tree.
Should have told him he's not a horse. That's why he's still alive.
All right. So you want the council come in?
Yep.
All right.
Council?
So you go out, or you
After
have
lunch.
one of you guys go out there, and everybody they're
If I
all just
take
kind of
a
out there
quick recess?
mingling. And then, do you just want one, or do you want all of them to come in?
Probably all of them.
Oh, yeah,
That's the whole
berries are free.
council.
Come on in.
All right. So they come in, and
Not everybody.
They are ready
Yeah,
for.
town.
They are ready for whatever you
Yeah.
guys have to give them for what you plan to do or what your plan is.
So we talked about it and we decided that we need, like, Heartmount needs a leader to be the head chief.
You see them. Most of them are
Right.
nodding along.
Like, nobody disagrees with that.
And in the long run, we do want.
Question before you keep going: do you want Galandra in here too, or do you just want just the council?
Oh, she's still in the town?
Yeah, she was waiting outside.
She's doing this?
She was waiting out even before like the council
Sure,
members
she-
first came in.
She can come in. I think.
I didn't
Yeah.
know because
Come in,
she's
I think we trust
you know
her.
in charge of the Living Tree Forest. So,
Considering
you know,
your
she might
kingdom
have
is
some,
attacking her.
you know, she might have some insight of being
Technically is still.
a leader in her own sense and to
Yeah.
provide some.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we feel like there needs to be a leader in Heartmount, kind of like what has been in the past, but to prevent the same situation that we just liberated everybody from occurring, I think we need to over time adjust our means of leading ourselves and kind of, I mean, I'm not that familiar with that personally to know how to really explain that, but our ways of governing ourselves needs to maybe progress a little bit, so hopefully that it makes it that much harder for that type of situation to occur again. That's not something that
The council members' heads are kind of like, leaning to the side a little bit, like, okay.
like they don't understand.
Like, they agree that there needs to be a leader, but they're not sure where the whole we need to change how we are running things, like, because
They don't see.
there's
how
no
they fix it.
specifics really being mentioned of, like,
How?
what direction we're changing to, like a governing body or like.
Well, the thing is, we as our people of Heartmount, and probably myself personally and Dothra, we need to kind of learn and understand how to, I guess, how to prevent corrupt leadership from occurring and ruining a village or taking advantage of our village. And I don't know how that can be prevented, but I think it would be good to at least do our own research and understand what exists. And I think it would be good that either Dothra or myself are out helping our group with some of their objectives and gaining the knowledge and researching other forms of governing, while either Dothra or myself are still being the head of the village and running it, while we're understanding how to, I guess, be better leadership and prevent the future of Heartmount from becoming like you guys had just experienced not that long ago.
You can see a definite agreement with from Galandra. The rest of the council is still kind of like trying to wrap their head around where you want to take things. Because it is foreign. At the same time, Durik speaks up. If you wish to take our people into a different direction, then that is fine. Although you mentioned about having you mentioned either you or your sister leading.
Which one would you like?
You understand there's never been a female high chief before.
I do.
Okay,
So
sounds like a good idea.
that's a little bit different. I'm not saying that it can't happen.
Right,
but
like
it
if
may
I wasn't
take-
around,
it may
would you
take
have been
some-
okay if Dothra was leader?
Yeah, what if you perished?
Right.
I guess if she was, what would be the scenario if she was leading? Obviously, no offense to your sister, but
All taken.
What do you mean by this scenario? What's
is
the
she
steward
permanently
or the
leading
cook?
things, or like what?
Oh, you mean like is
Yeah.
she leader until I get back kind of thing,
Or
or
we once leader, always leader.
Yes.
Is she the
Is
steward
like-
or is she
Yeah.
equal even when you are here?
It's to say that she is leading things permanently would be a lot harder for people to swallow. However, to say that she is leading until
You're
she
dead.
she's a stand-in until you return
mm-hmm.
would be easier to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, I would think she would be a stand-in until I return, and then can lead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that. It would take some convincing, but I think it could work.
Do you think that is so? Like, do you feel like that's the better option? Having myself go out and help with the party, and also learn about the new ways of governing, and kind of develop that, or do you feel like it's better for me to stay and then have Dothra do that?
He takes a breath like he's about to say something, and then Galandra speaks up.
Okay.
I'm not exactly from the mountains, but I can say from personal experience that it would not be a bad idea if you are looking to lead your people to have experience, if you wish to move your people to a different way, then to go out and experience that and to gain knowledge and to gain experience. I think that would be a good idea. Your sister is well versed in how things have been run, and I think that her standing in for now would be good and you can go out, explore the world, see what it has to offer for experience and information on different things, different ways that government is run, and then you can return with all of that and decide where you want to take your people
Pick and choose.
Okay.
and what things you would like to implement and what things would be best for your people. Because there may be some things that are good and some things that won't work. But that would at least give you an idea to see what is out there and what is available and what type of, what's the word I'm looking for? Systems are out there. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Did Durek have something?
He's just like, well, I can see the wisdom in that. Yes, I agree. If you wish to lead our people into a different direction, I think it would be best for you to learn firsthand what is out there and see what different systems are out there, and maybe through having that experience, you can choose a better way for our people. A safer way, a more peaceful way to keep from what has happened and what has transpired from happening again, or at least have a better chance of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then,
as your friend has mentioned, your sister is well versed in how things have been run. She obviously didn't get hands-on teachings like you would have with your father, but she at least has enough knowledge to be able to be that leader figure, and we will be here to also help and guide her as well.
okay.
But if that is something that you wish to do, I think it can be done.
Okay. That is what we'll do.
Okay. So your sister will stay and lead in your stead until your return.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll be led similar to the ways that your dad had it in the day,
Correct.
Essentially.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
which is good, but you plan on improving for the structure, not really all the good stuff.
I will say it probably would be best if it came from you
to tell.
to say
Okay.
that this is what's transpiring and what's going to take place.
Yeah.
That way the people can hear it from you
Mhm.
and know that it isn't just us coming up with things.
Okay.
And one of the nice things though is when they hear someone is to temporarily replace the one who's in charge, is their words as my words.
Mm-hmm.
So follow them as I said them.
Correct.
Usually.
And they
Yeah,
can
that
hear it
gets
from
recorded.
you. Yes.
Yeah, and whatever, even if you had a letter or whatever with a signet ring or whatever, it just solidifies it in writing. So.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready to go before the people then, or?
You want makeup? Get dressed, shine up your armor a little bit. No.
Yeah. I mean, I think I
Spit
can
polish.
go before the people. We can get them gathered up
Quite right.
together so we can.
I'm
Speak
pretty sure they're already gathered.
Okay.
We're all like this anyway.
And he kind of motions for you to exit, or at least go to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Assemble the circle.
Do you have,
Assemble the ring!
do you have
I
a
give
thought on
everyone
how?
a pat on the back, and
about
say, go
saying
get him, Rygar.
why
That
I'm
way,
leaving
please.
and explaining
The
that?
other left.
Is there a good way to explain that to people that this is
How
really
was
new
this
to?
set up? I have no memory of this place.
Oh, the idea of, basically you're saying,
Or shouldn't I say that at all?
well, for one thing, you're starting off with something different, new anyways. Having your sister, a lady, to be charged. So you're gonna say it's time to usher an improved new age.
And that you are going out to verse yourself in a different way and to learn so that you have better knowledge to be able to come back and lead the people into a better way.
And add those better things to an already good system.
Yeah, you don't have to
that
go
my
into
father
super
had.
specifics,
yeah,
but just
Right.
Yeah, a
Just to
better, more
mention
improved
that
age my father
you
had.
want to that you want to lead
Yes.
and have things better than even what your father had,
Yeah,
and you want to lead them into a better way to prevent what has
but a
happened,
safer one.
and
Yes.
that
Mhm.
you want to go out and learn and to gain experience so that you can come back and have a better knowledge of a way to lead them into a better way.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I do that, I go out and I give my speech.
Right?
Good
And it
job.
sounds
Yay!
amazing.
They loved it.
If we're doing that, then we need to do a charisma check.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how many
Perfect
coins they'll
public
throw at you, but I'm
speaking
sure it'll be
skills.
lucrative. Who needs tax when they love me so much?
I give him a pat on the back. Good job, Rygar.
Yeah.
Way to go, Ray Ray.
He's back. Elvis is in the building.
All right. Do you actually want to give a speech, or
I mean, I don't
Holmes,
have
like,
to. No.
do you want to?
The character should, yes.
okay? All right. So you go to the front door, and the council members kind of fan out and make like a V with you and Dothra being at the point in the center, and your
Like
party members kind of fan out as well.
Oh.
And
The flying V.
you see
Going south to
pretty much
winter.
all of Heartmount just gathered there, like waiting for you
What's the
to
news?
show up and
Things
to
are headed south.
speak to them and kind of let them know what's going on. This is something that they've come to expect because after the attack, as you were told by Durek, after the attack, they were gathered up and told this is how things are going to go down. And there's another attack coming. And then once the attack came, Kudo basically gathered them all again and said, look, we're under new management. This is how things are going to go. So they're into a routine now to say,
This one,
okay,
Luke Hell's status
yeah,
in the
they're
morning.
now waiting for their new leader to tell them how things are going to happen and how they're going to work.
How is the cookie going to crumble? Tell
Pretty
us.
much.
There's no balcony on here, is there? You know, like the Pope.
There is like a
front
slight porch
Yeah.
to the front.
Okay, so it's a little elevated.
Yes.
Like a podium.
Like it would be to you, like it would be above your head. For like for Kara and Sybil, it would be about
Like
waist level.
Yeah. A lot of things are over my head here.
Yeah.
I'm bad at conversations. It's always over my head. Okay.
So.
Yeah.
But floor's yours.
Looks at floor. What a nice floor.
So I will get up and say, people of Heartmount, I, Raylog, am going to explain how things are going to go for the near future. I will be going to travel to learn new ways to better improve our ways to better improve my ways of understanding how to be a good leader, because I want to be a good leader for all of you. And during my time away of this time of learning, Dothra will be here in my stead, and she will be the temporary leader until I get back, and everything that she will say will be as if I said it. She is definitely very knowledgeable in how we have governed ourselves, and it will be like my father had governed and my grandfather and so forth. It will be in that manner, and until I get back, and then I will take over and will lead all of you.
You can see there's a little bit of whispering going on amongst the crowd. Go ahead and make a charisma check.
Use a 1d4.
We knew it was coming.
Big roll.
I made it. I was
I was
spot
gonna
on.
say, what happens if we fail?
Standard
It's
success.
Yeah.
Okay.
like, what happens if he fails?
There's still a little bit of whispering going on, but there's nobody outright like yelling
They're
out
not
in
exuberant.
defiance or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
One crowd member.
But it is quiet. There's nobody speaking up.
They're processing.
At least we have peace.
Durik steps
Buffering,
forward.
buffering.
Your High Chief has spoken. If you have any concerns about the decision that has been made, you can see myself or one of the other council members that you see before you, and we can bring it before the High Chief, your concerns. But this is the word, and this is, it has been spoken. Your High Chief has spoken. And they all kind of,
Long live Ray
the whispering kind of stops, and then everything is quiet again. And then Durik says, "All right, you can all return to your homes."
Go about your business.
And
None of
everybody
this.
just
All
kind
hail
of- everybody just kind of starts
the
mingling,
new chief.
Yeah.
None of this.
you know,
Dispersing.
dispersing. Yes.
I thought he was gonna say, anyone who has want a discussion over this, meet us over to the stockades. We'll have a discussion.
I thought it was.
To the
If any
guardhouse.
of you have a reason why this man should not be
Oh,
chief,
yeah.
speak now
Speak
or
now.
forever hold your
Um,
peace.
Archers ready?
As the crowd
Dothra
gets
lifts up a
thinner,
rock.
Galandra comes up and says, I think that was a good idea for you to go out and to experience more of what is out there, and also I think it will help, not to say that you did a poor job, but it will also help with these type of things and getting up and speaking in front of your people and getting more used to it. It can be very intimidating at the start. I know my first time I fumbled over my words. It was terrible. But I was also groomed for the position too, so it's even worse on my part. But this will give you more experience on that, and also just give you that more of an authority figure look to it, and to speak with authority too. But I think this will be good. It'll be good for you, and I'm proud of the decision that you guys have made. Well, do you have anything else that you guys need to take care of here in Heartmount, or
The bear's having.
did
a
you
hard
have
time
somewhere
breathing
you
right
wished to go? I mean, I can always take you somewhere
Sybil?
if I've been there before.
now. Sebal,
I know you wanted to sell some stuff, but
where do you
Yeah,
want to go?
we'll just. I would have went later in the day. I would go through the day and
Okay.
sell that.
Are we gonna keep away for communication, or?
I still think that we should stay here tonight.
you're staying another day.
What time of day
I
is
think
it?
that we should.
I mean, this point it's probably getting close to noon.
Okay.
Okay. You guys woke
You
up
were asking
late.
to have a connector person.
So, no, I'm just saying
Dothra
a
just threw
means
that out
of
as a-
communicating
Mm-hmm.
with easily. Like, are we okay with what we have, or I don't.
Does that mean we need to have someone from
Like,
the living tree?
Are we
Fellowship?
leaving a stone?
It could
Are
be
we-
anybody that can, do that.
Mhm.
Anybody?
Anybody that can send
Like, is there
messages.
someone already in the
or anything
village
like
I can? I kind of don't think so.
Is that a special person?
There are some priests or clerics that know how to do that, and then there's wardens would know how to do
So
that.
would you be fine with Galadriel leaving someone here with Dothra to be able to have that communication, that ability?
If that's something you want to do.
I don't
mean,
know.
I can
feel like
have one of my
that's
wardens
maybe
stay up
too
here
much
if you
change at
guys want
once.
to have a means of communication.
Well, they would be basically a diplomat, which kind of makes sense. If you made peace with someone, it's good to have representation of the people you just tried to
Yeah,
attack.
I'd say someone could, yeah.
Yeah, it's a diplomat to
So
show
there's
peace
a-
amongst your people.
And a ready line of
Well,
communication.
especially since they were just literally all, like, basically a
Okay.
world.
And is someone already
Yeah.
here?
Like, the
I
trust
can do
is
that.
gonna
Well,
be
I don't know if
deeper
Glendra has
if
someone.
someone's out there.
Yeah, someone there.
I can have one of my wardens come up and
You just pop one up.
it's fine.
Okay.
This is like a gesture of goodwill.
I mean, that can be done today unless you have
Yeah.
someone in specifically. I mean, you've met Tylus. If you want Tylus to stay, I mean, he can stay. if
We
that's
so remember his name all the time. That'd be nice.
Yeah, now that I know what he looks like.
With or without a neck.
Yes. It was the neck. I'm telling you, it was the neck.
that photo,
I
man.
thought it was
That picture.
not that tree-like. My bad.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, Tylus.
Yeah, that's fine. He should be fine if he's
The teen
available.
man.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I will instruct Tylus to remain in
T-Boy.
Heartland then.
Okay.
Makes it
I can
feel
have
like
someone else
They
take
have
up
different-
the scouting party. That's not a problem.
That's good to know.
Oh, we have a little
Yeah, I
downtime,
think-
right?
Even for
Yes,
Raylog
if
to
you
walk around
want,
and
if you
talk
guys
to a
want to
lot of
spend
people
another day.
throughout the rest of the evening would be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're also more than welcome to come to the forest too if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want
still
to
have
go to the
stuff
forest.
to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Gotta give her like a little wink, side eye. Don't
Yes.
forget we
The other
talked
tea
about
guy.
it.
Yes.
Side eyes and
The big two. And maybe if we have a little time, maybe we could check out some stones.
rocks.
Yes, there was a couple things here that I have written down that Sybil wanted to do. So
Okay. We're
Rocks
very
and
proud of you, Raylog. You're
Good.
making those steps
job.
for your people and your family. For the long run, it will work out.
So do
And I
you
think
wish
we can
to?
also do like those, like we could start doing those trader pamphlets,
Yeah, it's true.
which I'll help you out with tonight.
Okay, alright. Missionary stuff.
Yeah.
Culture.
Okay. So do
they
you
have
want
them.
to spend the day in Heartmount, or do you wish to go to Tree Haven?
I think Heart Mountain stuff.
Heartmount still right now. When do you want to check out those stones, Kim?
Tomorrow?
Okay, sure. We'll stay in
Because
Heartmount.
writing out pamphlets actually takes quite a bit of time.
Oh, I'll have some subordinates do that. There's some nice ladies out there probably wouldn't mind being paid a couple gold pieces to
Okay.
flip paper.
Okay, if you guys are going to be spending the rest of the day, let's go ahead and take a break there, and then we'll come back. And then, do you guys have any conversations you want to have, or do you just want, or anything you want to do during that day? I know you have stuff you want
I
to sell.
would
but
sell in
You can
the pre amounts of money that you had.
800.
It was 800. I would split it up with the group.
Okay, so we can put that together.
We're splitting that 4 ways.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Dothra is now going to be
Correct.
not in the group, so you'll be
So
splitting
everyone
things
who
4
is
ways
still in
from
the
now.
group, even Honorable Rich King Boy, everyone gets
Richie Rich.
200 gold pieces. If you don't want the 200 gold pieces, hand them over here. And if you want to tithe, because there's no temple, just give it to me.
Last person
I'm
talked
happy
about
to take that
temple
burden.
All right.
and splitting
Take a
money.
break. All right. So you guys are spending the rest of the day in Heartmount. Any conversations we want to have? Any plans we want to do during this day?
Yes, Sybil and I were going to hand out pamphlets about the creator to the local populace to help further culture.
Okay.
And we want to spread word about the creator, the goodness, and that everyone, even though if you don't know about the creator, he does exist and he does influence people's lives.
Okay. There are quite a few people that are just like taking it and reading it because they're just curious.
Yeah, and that's good because you got to start somewhere.
Yep.
And if anyone's hurt, boo-boos or anything, whatever, I would like to help do healing on them, naturally wrap them, and then if there's deeper healings needed done, I would do a blessing heal, a miracle heal.
Okay. Did you have something, Kim?
Sounds like she's just agreeing.
I was agreeing with the things that you were saying.
Okay. Did you want to talk to your dad then?
Yep, I do, but I can do that like later with you some other time.
No, we can do it now.
Yeah, because we're not getting in a fight, so.
Oh man, I had my rope stashed.
You weren't the only one.
Clerics,
We just got finished talking about that.
that's what we do.
Okay, so this is gonna take place probably around dinner time for you.
Mm-hmm.
That you're gonna be having this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hey there, you busy?
Hi. How are you, dear? No, I'm actually just finishing something up, but not busy at the moment.
Me too. Yeah. Just finishing a few things up. Pretty much done now. That's great.
Oh. So, what's new on your end?
Well, it's kind of new. It's kind of not new, but it's kind of new. So, we've been doing this adventuring thing, and it's been kind of cool. We've been helping people, and it's been fun. And, showing people about the creator. And, some of them, it's the first time they've ever heard it. It's pretty exciting to, share that with them. But, well, I've been noticing a trend of the same villainous type people being in all of the places that I've been. And I think that it's kind of a big deal. Like a really big deal. Like so big of a deal. And it looks a lot like the Great War, of the third age. I think that's right. Right?
Yes, third age.
Yeah, the Great War of the Third Age. It looks like it's on repeat right now, with just a lot of the same pieces that I've been seeing moving around, like this old sword that just got stolen from a temple called Willbreaker. It just looks like it's on repeat. The same symbols I've been seeing, like some of the orcs carry, look like maybe they're part of that group called Hydra. I'm not convinced that it's not related, and I think that it's very similar to what happened that is happening again. And maybe I might have said that to a couple of people. But recently, one of the, big bad henchman guys kind of showed up with like, I got these little cars that seems to be. And I'm like, yeah, I'm totally gonna see you again. Guy just worked out. Not a little nervous.
Sounds like you have quite the situation going on. Well, I hope that you're being careful while you're out with your friends.
Kind of.
Do you have health insurance?
Kind of. Hey, what do you know about, since I've been studying the Great War and stuff, what do you know about, a Belmont family?
Well, our family were friends with the Belmonts before the family line ran out.
Did it?
But yeah, I know that they were one of 5 noble families during the Great War, and
Insight check.
okay.
Oh, insight check.
Oh, where are my dice? I'm so flustered. Okay.
I'm so flustered.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute. I didn't have it out. I'm sorry. Okay.
Now she feels she's being
You usually
bamboozled.
roll really low. Okay. Yeah. This is wisdom. So I need
Yes,
to
wisdom.
16. Alright. I rolled a 12. So, out of
That's a good
6,
success.
It's kind of normal.
A good success out of 16.
It's good. It's good. Yep. It's a good success.
You know your father, or you know who you've called father for a long time. You've known him since you were, very young, as long as you can remember.
Yeah.
And you know at times where he's telling you something and he's withholding information, and you can tell that in his voice and just by the way that he's talking. And right now seems to be one of those times where he's telling you something, either, as a parent telling the kids something of like, I'm not giving you information either for your own safety or like
Right.
that type of deal.
Yeah. So, yep. I don't know how that sounds congruent with my research thus far. Yeah.
How is your Twiglet friend?
Oh, he's been very outgoing and not in a violent way, which is kind of an improvement, honestly. Doing really well.
Oh, I'm actually visiting his home village right now.
Get out of my village.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'm
I'm sure
currently.
he would be excited to know that his home is getting visited by people.
Yes, I am currently in Heartwood.
Nice. That's good. It's good to do that. So anyway, I did maybe the quest, but I did it when I first started out, like super early. In our journey, we call it Kindred. I don't know if I actually told you what it was.
Yes, I believe you've mentioned it.
And we did some investigating into basically a swindling operation with one of the council members at Warrensville. And as a reward, this guy who was being swindled gave us a sword that's been in his family for a little while. And he was pretty excited about it. And we were like, oh, it has like the Belmont family crest on it. That's pretty cool. Wow, it's a famous sword. Yeah. And I have it.
You what?
Have it.
I have it.
The crest.
You have a sword with the Belmont family crest on it, and you can sense a bit of worry in his voice.
Oh no.
And yeah, this was like right at the very, beginning of our adventure. But I wanted to have this conversation in person for a while, but there's been a few things just kind of stopping me from doing that. One being that, well, we were busy trying to stop a bunch of things from trying to repeat itself. It's like they're trying to get copious amounts of their humanite or something. But the other thing that I've been putting out, telling you now, is that back at Whetstone, while we were fighting for our independence and whatever, and dealt with evil people, there was a dude there that turned into a wolf man.
Oh,
And he bit me.
are you all right?
No. No, I'm not alright. It's the thing that I'm pretty aware of your awareness of. It's called a brutum mortis.
Can't believe this is happening right now. I can't believe this is happening.
Yep.
Oh.
I wanted this to be in person. I know this isn't the way that I wanted this to go down at all. This is definitely not how I've been envisioning this conversation for the last weeks. But because I kind of said that thing out loud, I'm a little worried. Not really necessarily for me, but I'm worried about you guys at home. Okay? I'm well aware of kind of the fact that the noble families didn't just die out of nowhere. And I'm worried about you guys.
You hear there's an awkward silence on the other side of this conversation. And then your father says, "What do you know?"
Well, that's an interesting question because my main source of information has been a talking sword who has lost his memories. So it's kind of been a little hit and miss.
I'm sorry that you're having to figure this all out away from home.
It's been hit or miss, but the funny thing is, with our investigation, with the council person in Morningdale, as you would know it to be the Silver Veil, we inherited a house. It would so happen to be the house, the Belmont house, and Isaac and I found the vault with Derek.
Sybil, I say this as one who loves you and cares for you. Please, just... I know what you've found out can't be undiscovered, but... for your own safety, I would ask that you not pursue this anymore.
You know why I even started pursuing it?
No,
Because I got sick.
I can't really, and you can sense in the conversation that he's like crying essentially, or at least trying to hold back tears, but it's not working.
I didn't mean to find it. I didn't even necessarily want to find it,
It found me.
but it found me, and I'm still working on
It literally came up and bit me.
a cure.
And I knew what it was.
In a week, it'll be my first full moon, and I'm a little bit terrified. And if there was one person that I was aware of that would know what to do, it was gonna be you.
If it is indeed you're going to be your first full moon, then you need to be very careful, especially with your companions.
We'll put her in a
The
silver.
first full moon is going to be the roughest for you if you have indeed been bitten and you are not, and you have been taken by the disease.
Oh yeah, everything smells awful. That's really good.
It's like COVID.
No, it's because all your friends started wearing garlic.
I would suggest
Thanks, Murphy.
either
Yep.
you leave the party for the night of the full moon and be separated from them for that night, or that they do a good job on restraining you, one or the other.
Yeah, I don't know where I'll be in a week. I'm not sure yet. But again, I don't know everything, but I know enough to know that I said something a little bit brash, and now I'm worried about you guys.
You do not need to worry about your mother and I. We will be fine. It's you that we're worried about. You are the one that is in danger. With the information and the knowledge that you have gained, you are the one that's in danger now.
From what? From
I can't,
You can.
without you being here, I can't really explain it.
Give me a summary.
It would be something much easier to do in person.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to want to do, but I wanted to fix this first.
Well, I know you have your own things that you need to do and take care of, and you have your group to think of as well. But know that your mother and I are going to be fine. We're fine. But you watch your back.
Well, that's easy to do. I've got like 3 other pairs of eyeballs. 1, 2.
Because
Yeah,
last
3.
time you didn't watch your back, you got bit.
And hold your companions close. They will be able to help you.
Festus?
They may not know everything of what's going on,
Later
but
that night.
you will need them if you are
Is
to,
it close enough?
if you keep pursuing this path.
Oh, they're pretty up to date. They're at least as up as I am to date.
Well,
Hey, just know this isn't changing anything for me, you know? You're still my dad, alright? I just wanted to say that.
then you can tell that he is like, he's really trying to fight back, like
Yeah.
crying and tears and being emotional, because he knows that you're going through stuff, but now he's going through something that he thought he was never going to have to do. And
I didn't want to with the recent events, I thought it'd be safe to start, you know, that I might have said something a little bit too out there, and they might, because I've been going, you know, civil and lost them, and just about everybody knows that, and I'm worried for you guys. So,
well,
just,
I'm glad we got this time to talk.
yeah, well, you can thank Corvine for the extra minutes.
He's on the extended.
I'll be sure to do that next time I talk to you.
Yeah, tell all our listeners, and I'll talk to you later. Like, you know, overnight, have to recharge these things, but
And tell him that Umber says hello as well.
Okay, yeah. I'll let Dwarvine know Umber says hello.
Okay. Well, my dear, until next time.
Yeah. Next.
And you feel the connection end. Woo-wee! That got emotional.
Yep.
Now he sends his assassins to kill you with silver.
No, not him. Anyway,
The stone wasn't bugged. No one else heard that.
no. Anyway. Okay. I would say you have 2 charges left on your stone turbine.
That's a miracle.
Well, I do deal in miracles.
Well, I know the conversation we have is what we normally have, but I know that the conversation would be a little bit more fluid, and it would also things would be chopped up a little bit different to concise it a little bit more, make it a little bit more concise. So, all right. Anybody else have things they want to do that day? People they want to talk to? As Kevin's over there fighting to stay within.
In this realm.
Yes.
Gotta get my teaching stick out.
Yeah, I hope you already done your farewell speech before you leave, because everyone's gonna want to
Oh, okay.
touch and tap you on the
Alright.
back before you leave. I mean,
All right. So nobody has anything.
blessed.
Yeah. I'll chat with Isaac then if no one else has anything they want to do.
Yeah, do it. You haven't done it for a while.
Okay.
You don't get the floor that often anyway, so. Now we're just gonna.
We're on top of the mountain. Raylog's the high chief now, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty over. We nailed it this time again.
High Chief, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's cool.
Nice title.
So I guess I'm not going to be seeing him then again?
Well, actually, Doctor's gonna stay behind. He's gonna go on like a world tour in search of better modes of government. So there's checks and balances in place or something. So I'll actually get to see more of them.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Schoolhouse Rock.
So when are all of you stopping by King's Harbor again?
King's Harbor, that is yet to be determined.
It might
But
be
we
tomorrow.
do actually not know where we're going next. We're probably just gonna go down to the big tree in the living tree forest tomorrow. We're good. Yep.
Okay.
Anything you've been up to?
Yeah.
Well,
Where should I
been
start first?
looking into more about that sword that I was originally tasked with looking into, and my whole reason to coming to King's Harbor. Been really looking into the Great War and the group that was around the wielder of that sword and their organization and the battles that they were a part of, and just as much history that deals with that as possible. I've been trying to get my hands on as much of that as possible. I've done a little bit of traveling around to different temples because they had a book that wasn't here in King's Harbor, but yeah, it's very interesting and kind of terrifying at the same time, but yeah, that's sort of what I've been up to. Still don't understand why someone would want to steal the artifact, other than the fact that it's an artifact and it's powerful, but
Oh, well, maybe actually. Remember how in that stone we found that snake long hair?
yes.
Yeah, well, we saw it today. Well, yesterday.
He's
You saw a night dwell?
Yep.
Yeah, cool arm.
Of course. The people that get to go out and experience the world.
Leave you out, buddy.
We saw a night dwellers. It was dwelling.
We took pictures.
Uh,
Kodak.
It's like Bigfoot.
Well, you need
Yeah.
to definitely stop by and give me all the deets on
Struck a
what
pose.
this encounter was like.
Well, we'll see where we end up. We're gonna do a little bit of traveling with Delandra kind of soon, so we'll see where we end up. Hopefully, we'll be able to swing by, maybe, but maybe not. I don't know.
Do you remember that mine that you and your group helped escort a caravan to?
Mm-hmm.
Or
With the ants.
Yes, Orenstead.
Long time ago.
I'm thinking about actually making a trip there.
No way, we wanted to do that, but it's kind of
It's
time.
some of my research points to there, and I want to go there and investigate a few things.
Oh, yeah, I'll mention it to the group and we'll see. When are you planning that?
Well, I was gonna leave tomorrow, but if your group wants to come, I mean, I can always wait.
We'll be there tomorrow.
Well, pack anyway, because this is my last charge, and I'll tell you tomorrow what we decided.
Okay. That works.
Cool, cool.
Okay. Well,
Alright, good talk with you.
yeah. And the connection ends.
Bye.
Alright. So no more talking over the stones anymore.
The stones are tossed out.
If we put a gold piece in it, does it reset?
Does anybody have anything else they want to do?
There's no more talking.
Or do
left
we
in
move
the
on to the
room.
next day?
I think we can move on next day.
Okay, next day.
Tell Torvine and go hunger, say hello.
Yeah, I get wishy-eyed.
Your little brother says hello
Yeah,
from Heartwood.
I get. He's probably not such a small little guy now.
Not so itsy bitsy.
Ha ha ha. Alright, so following day.
Day-o, day-o.
Okay, your stones have new charges, you are good to go. Where are we going?
We want to go down to the tree.
Okay, Tree Haven. Alright, so Galandra takes you over to one of the trees there in Heartmount.
That's all of us.
And yes, except for Dothra.
Okay.
Just like a wait, can I pause? Put a pause in there.
You want to put a pause?
Yep, pause.
Okay.
Okay, not that we don't want to go to Tree Haven. Do we want to do the rocks first, so that way it's out of the way, and then when Galandra uses her thing, it'll be a one-time spiel, so she doesn't have to use her abilities multiple times.
Right, to go down there. Right. Yeah, let's
you
do the
can
rock
do that.
thing first.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the time stop.
For Galandra's sake.
Hammer time.
Okay.
That gives Raylog time to practice his farewell speech.
See him standing off.
Okay.
My
Looking
fair
to a tree.
citizens,
So
I am
which
also-
stone are we doing first?
Talking to a
We're
bunch of
gonna
daisies.
go with Glory.
Glory.
This one.
What, is there a color to that stone?
This one is looks like a chunk of imbuminite.
Purple.
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like a chunk of raw
Is it?
imbuminite.
Oh, so it's not polished.
It's
You would think there'd be.
it's polished, but not like into a shape or anything. I mean, it's shiny, but it's just like a
Is it an oval?
no. It's
like
like a
eight?
shard.
Oh, so like Superman's crystal kind
Yes.
of thing. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Yep. All right. So she pulls this one out and speaks.
Do we have to touch it?
They have to like be connected to each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to be touching,
Okay.
linked ultimately
Right.
to her.
Everyone huddle. Yeah. This is Galandra.
It can even
No.
be a condo line. It doesn't matter as long as everyone's touching.
But Galandra's going with us.
Yes, Galandra's going,
That's what I
but
was saying.
she's the one using this stuff.
That's correct.
All right. She takes this out and speaks the word glory, and you guys feel a rush as if like you're in a vehicle going
Inertia.
0 to
Yeah.
60 like that, and then next thing you know, like You stop. And you find yourself outside of a town that, at a quick estimate, looking at the size and just how big it looks, would probably be similar in size to Morningdale, with rolling plains as far as you can see in every direction.
Can we have an idea of what north and south is?
I'm getting to that.
Yes, sir.
You see rolling plains rolling in all directions. However, at the very edge of the horizon in one direction, you see a peak that can be seen that looks to have a steady flow of thick, what looks to be smoke coming from the top. And and the town sits on a hill that sprouts out from these rolling plains and sticks out like a sore thumb in the middle of the plains. And I have in here, think Edoras from the Lord of the Rings, how it's just the plains and then you just have this gradual hill that goes up. Not quite as high, but think that in your mind.
So it's a plateau on the top.
Yes, but just in the middle of rolling plains. And as I said, down in one direction you can see a peak with a steady flow of thick smoke coming from the top of it.
Would that be like a volcano?
Yeah.
Is there like a sign of like Edoras this way population? Stuff
No,
like
but there is a sign on the outside of the gates that you are now looking at.
Okay, we're that close.
Yes.
that? Okay.
And it's like a good 30 feet, but you can see the sign. And the sign says Ro Katol.
Oh, how do you spell that?
Rocatoll.
Rokoto.
Rokatol.
Rokotal.
Sounds like a medication.
Yeah.
Took my road to call this morning.
If you are looking for direction, I forget what there is a non-weapon ability that has like,
What
what is
navigation?
it, survival or something like that, that would,
Wayfinding.
Well, navigation is for nautical.
okay, yeah. Something to that effect.
Yeah. So you can use that. I don't even think that.
I'm thinking it would probably be wisdom, I would think, but as a check.
I wonder if we're.
Yeah, I don't have any. Well, we can try, but we have a -6.
Unless you want to try to just think of your own knowledge of like landscape and whatnot and see if anything particular stands out. Like that volcano or whatever, and assume and try to think of, okay, well, it could possibly be this if that is in
What
that
kind
direction.
of land is this?
Rolling plains. Like
Rolling, but so there's
glass-
greenery.
Yes, it's just like grasslands as far
So
as.
it
the
doesn't
eye
seem
can
like the Badlands concept.
No.
Okay, that's
No.
that's my.
Wyoming.
Nope, just grasslands as far as the eye can see, except for obviously this town that sits up on
Alright,
this.
so this is plagiarism.
Yeah, survival is there, but that is intelligence.
Yeah, it's intelligence. Yeah. I'll roll for survival and take the -6.
There's also navigation, which is also intelligence.
Yeah, and I also don't have navigation either, so. So, all right. I have no idea.
Okay.
That 19.
But again, you
really
can
is
also try to just do a general,
bad. Yeah.
like, oh, that looks familiar, and that would put us right around in here, and like just your general knowledge of the world.
Okay. What do we roll for that?
That would just be a generic intelligence check or a history check.
Okay. Whatever. I'm in attack mode.
Okay.
19, 20.
Anybody else? Kara and Sybil would probably be the ones best for this.
What am I rolling for?
Intelligence.
Intelligence
Roll low.
Okay, good.
Just because you guys have a actual formal education.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I do too, but my dice say.
I know, but Raylog would spend most of his time in the mountains.
Figures to just roll the 1.
I don't
Just
make it.
one. That's just one of those things.
Okay. Kim, are you trying?
We haven't rolled all
Yeah,
day.
I can try like a history check to see if this town is that, like if I'm like, this town was involved in blah 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 of 1840 whatever. To see if I've ever heard of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I've heard of it.
That's just an intelligence check.
Okay. So should be
That's crazy.
foolishly put away my dice because I thought it wouldn't be good. Alright, that's a 6, 13. Those dice only roll one. That's a great success.
Oh, 6 out of 17. Well, 6 out of 17 is amazing.
Out of 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay. The 4 lower is notable.
Not actually that intelligent.
Okay. So what was the success?
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. This town, the name of it or anything doesn't spark anything in your memory. However, the direction of, like, the fact that you're in the plains and the fact that you can see one peak that seems to be a volcano makes you think that the peak or the volcano is the sleeping dragon.
That's what I thought it was.
Which would mean that most likely you are somewhere in the West Plains.
Do I?
Which would put you guys, the sleeping dragon would then be in the southwest direction.
Southwest. So we're actually on the eastern side of it.
Yes, the eastern side of the West Plains. You're like smack dab in the middle there of the eastern side.
Of the Western Plains?
The West Plains, yes.
The west point.
Right in the middle.
Yep, like if you were to go from the silverback forest and then kind of go straight down and like find the middle there, that would be essentially where you guys are. But just far off at the horizon, you can just see a little bit of a peak and you can see just smoke coming off of it. Way, way down in the horizon.
The sleeping dragon.
Okay. That's one. There are no trees.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't.
It's a good thing we have more.
Nothing to fall out of.
That's
Woo!
why we.
Problem.
Yeah.
Nothing to fall out of for
Yeah,
me.
we're
Yay!
totally fine. Okay. Alright. We have 1 down. We've got,
2 more to go?
1, 2, 4 more to go. No, 3 more to go.
3, because we already know where 1 goes. Yeah. 3.
Yeah, but if we end up somewhere with no trees, we can go to the 4th one and have trees.
Correct.
So, not a big deal.
Yes.
Alright, so together, I guess, again, and then go to family.
Family. Okay, so she pulls out.
It's like
Yeah,
kindred.
she pulls out a stone that looks like that is black, very finely cut, fits right in the palm of the hand, and you can see just a little bit of light dancing in the inside that almost looks like symbols. But she pulls that out, and it looks like a teardrop. And she speaks the word family, and again, that sensation of 0 to 60, and then boom.
Oh, we forgot to touch her. No. As she goes.
And you find yourselves
Oh man!
on the outskirts of a town, again, similar probably in size to Morningdale, at least populace-wise, surrounded by very thick trees and foliage, just very thick forest. Homes can be seen built into the trees with walkways winding around the trees, and the homes and the walkways, as you look very elven-like. And you can see people kind of like noticing the popping in of these strangers outside of the gates. And you can see mostly the people walking around here have long hair and pointy ears. The homes seem to be built on 3 different levels going up the trees. And the pathways weave through the trees between the different homes and the different areas within the trees. And they as well wind up the trees. And there are walkways that kind of weave through the ground and make its way up through the forest and whatnot, and make their way to the walkways that wind around the trees.
There's no fortifications?
Yes, there is walls as well, which you guys are outside of, but this is just looking through
the
open gates and then looking up and seeing the walkways. To give you kind of a perspective, not quite as grand as this, as like sparkly or whatever, but to think of Caris Galathon, which is the home of Galadriel in the Lord of the Rings.
Sounds extremely fun.
Yes, the steps and everything, the winding walkways, but not nearly as shiny. It's very woodsy looking. And all of the elves here have a almost like a green tint almost to their skin.
Sort of like tree elves.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so. And you see a sign on the outside of the town saying Miradil.
Is that what it says?
Miradil.
It sounds just like a... It speaks to me. Yep.
And it's spelled
Miradel. Miradil.
Oh, we have 3 places it could be from.
I see. Yeah.
Well, it could be 4 actually.
And just for Kim's recollection, so she knows this, the first one that you went to would have been the place for the Bolto family, which was the double-headed axe head. That would have been Rokotal.
these aren't on any of our maps,
I have
right?
a different city written for that.
Oh, that's where this leads. That's where the stone leads.
Right. But I thought the Bolto family lived in a different town.
Possibly.
Okay. So that there's a double axe.
They can certainly try.
With
This one
did they
is...
go old? Did they change all of the names? Oh my goodness.
Over time, yeah, so that way no one knows. Cloak and dagger stuff.
They just changed all the names.
Yeah, they all need to go away.
This one seems to be the Howley family.
Yeah. So what else?
The
The
Alus.
crossed arrows.
because they're elves.
Yes.
And they're in the Dragonwood Forest.
This one actually, no, they are not in the Dragon.
Oh, they're in the Silver Dark Forest.
They're in
Silverback.
the Gray Mist.
Yes, the Grey Mist.
Oh, up
Forest.
north.
In the north.
So you guys are actually close to where you guys started.
Which is good.
Pretty close to where we were. Yeah.
And this is good for Glandro. So she can be familiar
Okay,
with trees.
next.
Alright, I have to go back to one of my notes. Nope, whoop, there it is. Not Glory Family. Gray Mist.
Nothing.
The next one is balance.
Balance.
Yeah, balance.
What's that? She
Okay.
said malice.
Once again, or she pulls out another one of these black-looking stones in teardrop shape, and sensation again, and poof, and you find yourselves in a room. Strangely enough,
Any windows?
an office. It looks like. With
Oh,
a
we're
desk
home.
and a chair
We're home.
and
Uh-oh.
books.
McClure's room.
This Sybil actually, this office looks somewhat familiar.
It's back at your
Oh,
place.
it's this no, it's that guy. Yeah. The guy I told Dad last night that we should call. Give me a second. He lives in pieces. Here we go. Galtris?
Yep.
Galteris? There we go. Galteris.
Yep. You seem to be in his office.
Yeah.
What town is that in?
Kingsford, on Ifazera.
Whoops.
Oh, is
You guys are back at the Capitol.
Yeah. Okay.
in the Slayer's
The
Hold.
Slayers Guild.
Yeah, in the Slayer's Hold.
Yeah. Okay. All
You're in
right.
his office.
Okay.
It's at this point you hear the door, the doorknob
No.
turn, and you hear the door start to open.
Oh no!
Everybody down. Torbine rushes for the.
I don't have to get down.
And a
Torbine rushes for the
figure
area
walks
under the
in,
desk.
and you see Galteris walk in.
Oh
Hello.
Reunion.
no! Hi.
How'd you get here?
Did you guys need to speak with me or something, or?
We got you right where we want you.
No, yeah, we were just testing our interaction device here to people that we know that we need information from, and we just happen to pop up here.
Apparently, we need information.
Oh,
from you.
what now?
We're popping around. We just happen to be popped into your spot, so now we have a reference. So that's nice.
We didn't know where it went, and we used it, and it went here.
Used what?
I just kind of like waved it around a little bit.
It's a teleportation device that we found.
He has a look of recognition on his face and says, "And where did you get that?"
In a temple.
Where it was dormant and sleeping, and no one is using it.
Okay. Just try not to make it a habit to just pop into my office at random.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Well, now we know. Can you put an X on the floor there so that way you know we don't accidentally pop on someone if we're in emergencies? No.
And how many more of these do you have?
A few more experiments.
A couple.
Just a few more.
Okay. And he just kind of turns around and closes the door and walks away.
It was
Sweet.
different job. Oh, I didn't expect that call. Okay.
Okay, the Motley Crew will go.
Anyway, the last one. Oops. You.
He really needs to mark that floor in case of accidents.
All right. You doing the last one?
Yeah.
Okay. And that one that you just used was the Mendoza one with the spearhead. This one, she pulls out yet another chunk of imbuminite. Speaks a word, and once again, you guys are flung off in great speed and find yourselves on the outskirts of a high walled city. You have not seen walls built this high. We're talking 15, 20 feet, and very thick walls, very thick door on the outside of this city.
Were they keeping King Kong out of here?
Yeah, it would look that way, pretty much. The city touches a forest on one side, and it looks kind of like, not the forest that you guys are used to seeing, but more of like a tropical rainforest type look. That's on one side. And on another side are rolling plains, similar to the
Where-
plains that you saw at the other place that you visited.
Those were the southern rainforest.
Rokoto.
And on the other side of the city, on the far side, you can see what looks to be geysers of steam going
The Badlands.
Yo.
shooting up into the sky.
Can we see a lake from a distance?
A lake. Look
Yeah.
at my map. No, because the city is in front of you.
Silly city. Tricks for kids.
But if you walked around, you might be able to.
Okay. Got it.
Oh, this is the one.
So we're in the crux of all three.
This
merging
city,
together.
to give you an idea of how big it is,
Is Williamsport.
it'd be about half the size of
Kings
Kings Harbor.
So it only
And if
takes
you're looking at
3/4
the
of a day to
map,
walk past it.
if you look at the Badlands, and
Mhm.
there's that little river there that at the
Yeah.
part that runs into the southern rainforest.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically right there where the
That little tip.
little edge of the Badlands and then the rainforest and the plains meet. And if you were to travel, a half a day or a day or so north-ish, you would run into that river. But yes, that is where you end up, right there at the outskirts of the Badlands, the edge of the rainforest, and the edge of I guess it would be the Windy Plains.
Which is looking towards the Tremere Wastelands, the other one. Looking across towards
Yeah, the other
sleeping
one looks at the
dragon.
other wastelands, yes, and the volcano.
Mhm.
And you can see some pretty heavily armed guards there at the gate, and they kind of look ready as you guys appear and are waiting for either you get to enter a conversation or walk away or approach or whatever, but there is no sign for the city on the outside of this city.
Well, we could be cordial. You can use the one that takes us back to our homeland.
And the outfits of the guards are
Scale mail or
yes, scale mail, and the helmet that they have isn't like they have this. I don't even know what to call it, but it's like one of those really long feathers that just kind of sticks
like a
up.
plume.
And just goes over, but it's not like the mohawk,
No.
Roman look.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, it's just that big one long feather that just sticks at the
Is
front.
it literally a feather?
It looks like a feather, yes.
So it is a feather.
Yes. And it just
Okay. All right. A big quail feather sticking off the top.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, we can take them. No.
And they have halberds
Genghis
that they're
Khan.
holding there at the gate, but
Yeah.
they do have other weapons on them.
Yeah, but there's no insignia on this gate.
No. There's no like insignia on,
You don't
the,
have,
on the
like,
gate or
Cross
anything
cannons
like that.
or anything on it or anything, you know?
Nope.
Okay. How far away are we from the guards?
It's like
and stuff?
30, 35 feet.
Which isn't really that much. You know?
No.
It's one turn to walk
Mhm,
forward
mhm.
or dash.
That's
nearby.
why they were all like,
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
and then
hello.
they kind of relaxed after like a moment or two.
yeah,
When they realized you weren't gonna dash
Yeah.
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 past them.
Okay.
You're gonna stop
You know,
and
they were
say
probably like
howdy.
mid conversation, and all of a sudden, like,
Yeah, which is unnormal.
Unnormal.
like, oh, I thought
Yeah.
the guard duty was supposed to be boring, but okay.
Okay, all right. You can clean
two
your
really
britches now,
tall
buddy.
people, two normal,
Okay.
three normal people, and a really small person.
Okay. You want to ask them where we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Who's going
Where
up?
are we?
Who's talking?
I was thinking someone else would want to talk.
I'll go.
Okay.
Kara coming up. It only seems right. The half elf should go. Hello.
What?
Sorry
There's
for
no
our sudden
business
appearance. We are here to have some discussions with a few people inside the.
Oh, now you want to go inside?
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing.
Well, why would you go to the door if you didn't want to get in?
Because you don't have a
Hey,
roadmap.
we're just curious.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Yeah.
We're not from around here, and we're just curious where we
Well,
ended
if
up
you
right
know what
now.
I'm gonna say, then I'm not gonna say anything.
I think that's what everybody was expecting you to say, but I'm waiting.
But
for
she's
you to say
different. Let her go. She's half.
it. Yeah, you go for it. No, if you want
Okay.
to go inside, you can go into the city.
If
She's
you're
half and half
busy
green.
telling me what I'm gonna say, then why would I say anything? But we are here. We would like to get to know the lay of the land. We are weary travelers. Tell us about this place that you are guarding. What makes it so desirable to enter in? What are we guarding? Obviously an entrance, but to what?
You're not sketchy.
This
Please
is the
satisfy
city
our
of
curiosity.
Balengard.
Oh,
And you no.
They worship Baal? Is that what you
Balengard.
Balengard.
And you spell it?
Ball.
Apparently not, because they can't put it on their walls.
In
I am?
guard.
G-A-U-R-D.
What am?
Ball and guard?
It's pronounced Bay, like as in
She's a foreigner. She doesn't how you want to pronounce it.
Balengard.
She's
Okay,
doing it properly.
That doesn't make any phonetic sense, but alright. Okay.
He's been hanging around me lately.
Alrighty. So this is Balengard. And it is in the realm of what?
We protect an exit for the Badlands.
Ha!
And we guard this portion of the Badlands.
As opposed to the other portions. Thank you for clarifying.
But it's
That's
all
why the walls are so high.
Okay. Tell us, who is the ruler of this Balengard?
Oh, wow.
You wanted me to talk? I'm talking.
You're gonna have me pull out.
There's going to
Nope,
be a price
wrong
to pay
direction.
for this information.
Taser face.
Yes, take your phrase.
Pretty much is what he sounds like.
He sounds just as smart.
They can't even remember the name of their leader. They gotta look it up. They haven't seen it
I
in so
have to
long.
look it up because I don't know all that. I didn't think you guys were gonna like go up and start asking a whole bunch of questions.
We weren't. She was.
Depends on who you think is gonna be doing the talking.
The independent soul. Here we are, new 16, and we're interviewing the guards.
How does this make you feel? Did this catch you by surprise, sir?
I'm a little tense right now.
Tell
I'm not
us.
gonna lie.
Who are you wearing right now?
Oh, I don't know. I have clean briefs on.
Have you heard of Elvin Klein? It's very popular these days.
Does he sing?
After this interview, could you answer a survey?
Umbrick.
Umbrick is the leader.
Umbrick.
And I'm assuming this is an aristocracy.
Next to Aristotle, of course.
I'm assuming this is an aristocracy, yes. So it's King Umbrick, I'm
Yes.
sure.
UMBR.
She's gonna run your
EK.
government.
B-R-E-K. Umbrick. Breck, not brick. Okay.
And those
Break a break.
those of you that are familiar with dwarven, it sounds very dwarven.
Which
Yeah.
would
Are these humans?
Yes.
Guards?
Yes.
Why are they out of their element? Oh, never mind. I'm not there. You keep doing your thing.
they're not elemental. That's why they're out of the element.
You said it sounds very dwarvish.
The name does.
But it's not exactly.
That's fine. They're influenced.
Under the influence, yes.
Maybe now.
Maybe.
So what's in the Badlands?
I know. I'm in the process.
Okay.
Let me breathe. So this King Umbrek of yours, is there any chance for people to get to meet him? Seeing as we come from a far off land, and who knows the next time we will be in this area, it would be nice to get to know this area and see what is so amazing about this area that it would be guarded and it would have a system of government. I'm sure King Umbrek would love to sing his nation's praise. So, could you point us in the right direction, please?
So you wish to speak with the king?
We would like to meet him. We haven't even heard of his name. It would be nice to get
Both the
acquainted.
guards just start laughing.
That's okay.
Like
This is the upside to not being known.
knee slap laughing. And then eventually they kind of compose it like, oh, you're serious?
Yes,
Ah.
thoroughly.
Nobody just walks in and just sees the king.
Well, I gathered that. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have a job. Because you're not even letting anybody into the kingdom. So, I understand that. I do not assume that you could just waltz in. But I'm assuming that he does make a public appearance every once in a while to conduct his
On
kingly
occasion.
business. And what occasions are those?
Holidays like Demand Day.
No, but
Bowdy Day.
there's no set occasions. It's like whenever the need
Cow
arises for him
festival.
to address the people, that's when he would come out and address the people.
In a dress.
Is this the guard saying it, or is this the GM saying it?
This is
It's
me
GM.
explaining it to you.
Okay, well,
I
still.
don't hear it.
Kara is curious about this nation.
Curious car.
Just because
Curious car.
it's called something terrible doesn't mean that we automatically know everything about it. And it's good to
You
get
know when
acquainted.
it's called something terrible.
We know what they
Yes!
say. Curiosity.
The
killed the angel there.
Badlands!
Oh, the Badlands, yeah. Like you would know
It's been
as
pretty
Kara,
dead a
you would
couple
know
times.
that the Badlands are
Bad, I know, but
yeah, that
it's
This is
better
one
to
of the
know.
this city seems to
It's
be
better to know.
one of the strongholds set up at the border of the Badlands
Yes. It
to
is better
protect
to
the
know.
the rest of Praxis
Yes.
from what dwells in the
Yes.
Badlands.
It is better to know your enemy than to not know.
Hence, probably why they're so guarded.
Yes, which means it's worth finding out about. And plus, if Raylog's gonna find out how to be a good leader, we can't just go visit all our allies
I don't
and
think
play
Raylog
petty fingers.
needs a lesson on isolation
He
rolling.
needs to know.
He needs more inclusion rolling, not isolation rolling.
He needs to know what makes a horrible kingdom go so horribly and what to look out for and be wary of as a leader. Just because he done did beat up his uncle doesn't mean that every time it goes south, it's gonna go south the same way. You don't just go visit New York City and the United Nations where all your buddies are to learn about politics. Sometimes you gotta go to North Korea. And you gotta learn about North Korean politics. Though they be few, they do exist. There is a system and you need to know about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because we're here and we don't like the smell of the land or we don't like their outfits doesn't mean we go, catch you later! What is unknown is what can be your downfall
There you
if
go.
you let it stay unfamiliar and unknown.
And that's
It is a blind spot,
Oh, the Badlands do stink, yes.
and that is a
Very much
weakness.
so. The area, very area.
What you don't know is your weakness.
Cheese.
Not with 100,000 men.
What remains unknown.
It's a good place for a sticker.
What remains unknown becomes your weakness.
Going over each politics, other crises, and we've been able to look into a large enough tree nearby.
I mean, you guys are next to the rainforest,
Look,
so
there's a rainforest right there.
Yeah,
how convenient.
in case you gotta put out any fires.
It seems there's only one place that doesn't have trees nearby.
Yeah. That stinky volcano.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just, that's what I was doing watching.
Well, she's distracting them. I'm going to the trees.
Meanwhile, Sybil's like,
Okay,
come on guys, over here, over here.
Just because I'm the only one who's not a pansy here.
Alright. Are you done asking questions, or do you have more questions?
Well, it depends on the answers I get.
Interesting.
Just like marriage. I'm done talking about it depending on what the response is.
There's stipulations of this conversation.
But this one is the Ricard family, Sybil, or Kim, and there was no symbol for this one.
Yeah, there wasn't a symbol.
What, the rock?
And they were
Yes.
Isolation.
She found 5 rocks during the mini-series, and 4 of them had symbols.
Yeah. I was just
And
clarifying.
the 5th one did not, and this one did not have a symbol.
I was just clarifying because I was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
How far back are we pulling stuff from?
Pretty far.
So,
Pretty far.
okay.
I know, that's why I'm like, I need
So-
clarification here.
You have
Are you done
now gone
interrogating?
to all the places that the...
Do I have
stuff-
answers?
They only answer questions that they like.
Well, it's good to ask people questions that they don't like.
It is, but that makes them.
You
feel
do
very
notice
awkward.
as you are talking
you in
that
a
there are
position of
also
power.
individuals up on the wall that
Draw
are
their attention.
aiming arrows, and then there are also ballista that are also like trained on
Big
your
scorpions.
Yep.
So
Look, a little monster. Maybe we shoot, maybe we don't. Your lucky day.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
have
Okay.
exact
That's.
days.
We're glad we
and
found out
then
where we are.
occasionally there is one point during the conversation where you hear this very it's faint. Sybil would be the one to really pick this one up just because of her heightened hearing. But you, it's like a whining sound that intensifies, not to the point where it's like ear piercing, but you can hear it even with your conversation that's going on. And then the rest of the party will see large stones all of a sudden just like and heading in the opposite direction, like where the geysers are. And you just see these massive
plug the
stones
hole.
just being flung over the wall. Or from the wall, you're not sure. Because you're
Somewhere
looking
out
at
there.
these massive
Either
tall
target
walls.
practice
We don't see
or
them
something
till
that's
they're
threatening the
airborne.
wall. There you
Yeah.
So.
go. Okay, so now we know where they are. We bid them good day, and then we'll be on our way. Okay, Sybil, you can zap us away, or we can have Galandra use a tree and sidestep and take us to the living tree forest.
Yeah, we have a tree here, so we don't need to go to Morningdale unless we.
Right. Okay. All right. So we'll ask Galandra if she'll send us to the
Can I
tree
just
forest.
confirm with the GM that these are once a day use? Like I'm gonna be used again.
Yes, they are once a day.
Uno no mas.
All right. So that's what we'll do.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, then I failed to mention. Isaac is going to Orenstead. I know that was a place that we mentioned that we might want to revisit. We could meet him in Morningdale in a couple of days, but he is leaving today.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, he's still doing research on Willbreaker.
Oh. Well, yeah. Is he still studying, or is he doing something special?
He's saying that he thinks that there's still more information to be found in the mine there.
Oh,
His studies keep pointing back to there.
do they still have it boarded up?
What?
Do they still have the mines boarded up?
He didn't say.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because of the ants and stuff.
Most likely they
I
have
don't know.
something that's already been put in place to clear that out.
Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, alright. Yeah, it'd be interesting to.
Because they
To
were
investigate
rebuilding
with
and
them
they
there.
were sending more
Okay.
people
Yeah,
down
it's
there.
up to you guys.
No, I've
Just put
been.
it out as an option.
We were thinking about going into that one space on the side of the
Yeah.
mine that
I
we
don't
didn't
know,
investigate.
So I just thought I'd bring it up.
Okay. Yeah, we
So,
could do that
Still
later.
going to the forest?
Yeah, we'll go to the forest.
Yeah, we can go to the forest. We can even tell them that we'll meet them up in Morningdale. That's what, 3 days?
Yeah.
Journey? So today, tomorrow, the day after. We
Okay.
can meet them there in 2 days.
We'll mark it on the calendar.
Yeah. If we wanted, if that was something we were interested in doing.
Well, it seems to be still relevant from the whole grand scheme of things. With the ancient swords and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. And we still have Willbreaker with us.
No, we have the dragon. Willbreaker.
The Willbreaker was stolen. Nobody's found it.
Well, okay, so
Yeah,
what was
we
the name of
found
this?
it, and it got stolen in the temple during the festival with the not longest.
What was the name of the sword that Uncle had?
Uncle.
Oh, Kudo.
Yeah, Kudo. That one.
You didn't. There wasn't a name with it. I don't think you guys even identified it. You broke it.
Oh, no, we were gonna-
There's the two-sided
Are you talking about the one that McClure had? The murder sword?
No, the one Uncle had. We didn't break
Yeah,
it
he
until
did
we
have an
investigated
empowered
it.
sword. Nobody investigated it.
Yeah.
Even one that Uncle Kudo had.
Yeah, that's why we gave it to Kimberly, so that she would have it and nothing would happen to it.
Yeah, you guys still have it.
Yeah,
I
well,
assumed you guys were gonna break it for XP.
I forgot about it, honestly.
well, I didn't. I knew you had it, that's what
I
I'm talking about.
realized that you did something. I didn't think I marked it.
Yeah.
It's just been bopping around in a pouch
Alright.
holding somewhere.
It,
Clank,
we
clank,
wanted
clank.
to identify it.
yeah, I wanted to identify it
Okay.
before I even did anything with it. And then I was gonna convert it into a sword I could use.
You can give it a pamphlet.
Definitely. Let's be saturated with a bunch of pamphlets. Make it wish it never was created.
The sword.
Do we want to? Let's go back to the Living Tree Forest.
Yeah.
I talked with Calandra about that one guy.
Yeah,
And we can identify the sword.
there, right,
and
okay.
clear it up, and
Yeah, but he
guys
still
take
needs
it
to look.
Morningdale.
yeah,
What's up?
Sound like a plan?
yeah, we'll do that anyways, but we'll reveal that when we get to the forest.
You guys go to the forest, and then you're. Well, let me do this first.
That's what I figured.
Popping in, familiar spot as you guys enter in from the large root underneath the canopy of the massive colossal tree. You make your way to Galandra's home, and she bids you to wait outside, and then she returns a few moments later and has a few things for the party, and has a few options for you as a reward and as a thank you as well. She hands the group a set of armor and a set of gauntlets, and then gives you the choice of either 2 superior healing potions or a potion of vitality, and then also a pendant as well. And then she has 2 people that are helping her also pull a chest out that has the royal insignia of Avalon and the king of Avalon on it.
Oh, is he in there?
No.
Oh. Okay.
The set of armor, pull this up so I can describe it to you.
I don't think I can do pull-ups anymore. I'm assuming they know what these items are.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have to sit
I
there.
can tell you what the items
Identify.
are
Yeah. Okay.
and give you a brief description of what they are, but
You have
I have the
paper
item.
anyways.
I have the item cards anyway.
Yeah. So we really don't have to do that. That's you're all about that.
Come on, load for me.
I guess I need a description of that. I don't have these here. Identify.
All right. The armor is a like very dark green and black armor, and then at different points there's like a silver, like where different parts of it would be like pinned together, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a silver daub there or whatever, like that goes up the armor, like where the
Mhm.
seams are and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the center of it, there's a silver, what looks to be like antlers going up the center of
Okay.
it.
Nature looking thing.
Yes, very nature looking. And then at the chest area, like right at the where the base of the neck would be, is the looks to be like a silver head of like a deer with antlers going up. The armor is called or referred to as the armor of the forest hunter.
Okay.
And then the gauntlets are also a similar green and black color, and have a similar antler design to it as well, like printed on it. And they are referred to as the Prey Seeker Bracers.
The Prey Seeker?
Prey Seeker
Prey Seeker.
Bracers.
Okay.
Say that 5 times fast.
Not today.
And then there's the pendant, which is a pendant of wound closing.
Sounds clerical.
It is. Well, not specifically. It can be
But
anybody.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
And then you have the option of either 2 superior healing potions or a potion of vitality.
Vitality does what?
A potion of vitality heals someone whenever drank for 6d4 plus 6, and then also removes the vast majority of diseases and poisons.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, unless it's a supernatural disease or
Mhm.
poison, then it will eliminate it. So you can use it for basically 2 different things. Or you can get 2 superior healing potions.
What does the armor do? It looks nice, but I mean, what is it?
The armor. Once per dawn, you can summon a steed from the ground that is made of bark and vine. You cannot do this in a desolate place like the desert or whatever.
So the
there needs
resources have to be running.
Yes. The steed takes the form of a woodland animal such as a deer or an elk, and
Mount.
would be able to carry the the person that bears the armor. So if a Vigon was wearing it,
Mhm.
it would be big enough to carry a
Right.
Vigon.
Size proportion.
And then there are certain specifics for the steed. If something happens and you get into battle, it is more susceptible to fire and things like that.
That's
But
terrible.
there's also damage negation
Yeah.
for certain types of damage as well. Basically, you have a steed or something to ride on at command, essentially.
Was it rated X?
This would be a very rare.
Well, what I mean is it studded leather?
Yes, it is studded leather.
Studded leather. Is it any bonus to defense
Yes,
rating?
there's a +1 to it.
+1. Okay.
And then at the same time, It has also the Forest Hunter. While in a wooded area, the wearer's ranged attacks ignore half and 3/4 cover.
Okay. Alright, Carl, what kind of armor do you wear now?
Same thing I've been wearing.
I'm not staring.
Haven't washed it.
Yeah. Studded leather.
Is it empowered at all?
It has a +1 bless.
Okay.
Does it really?
It really does. You know how I know that?
No.
It's not in my handwriting.
So you see a B with a circle in it?
Yes.
There you go.
But there is armor here
It's
But it's
grabby
cooler.
grabs.
that is cooler, has some effects, and it's not just a +1.
It has a fan inside.
It has effects to it.
You can ride a donkey when you want to.
But I will let you look
Made
at
out
it
of bark,
if you,
a
and you
barking
can decide
donkey.
whether you want to wear it or someone else can wear it.
Yeah.
The bracers.
Yeah, what do the bracers do?
First perk, or the first thing. Prey Seeker. As a bonus action, you are able to mark a creature that you can see up to 90 feet away. Until this effect ends, the target hits 0 life points, or the target leaves the 90-foot range, you are incapacitated. You deal an additional 1d6 damage to the target when you hit with a weapon attack. So, a little bit different than Hunter's Mark, but similar.
But only when the user with bracers hits it.
Yes.
It's selfish.
And then the second part is Unrelenting Ferocity. Whenever you miss an attack with a bow or crossbow against a creature that has been targeted by your mark, you can choose to roll the 1d6 and add it to the attack roll, potentially causing it to hit. If it does hit, you do not add the additional damage to your mark attack.
It helps your 2 hit,
Yes.
if you wish. But it's like Bless in the other game that you roll to get a bonus of. I see.
But you don't get the... No, you don't get the
You
extra
trade it out
damage.
for the damage to hit.
Correct.
It's a good trade though.
Yeah, because then you're more guaranteed to hit instead of like, I get nothing because I always miss.
Yes. Okay, and then the Pendant of Wound Closing. While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you regain life points, you gain additional life points equal to half of what you just gained, a minimum of 1.
Okay. So if it's 10,
So if you have high constitution
15.
and you regenerate once per combat turn, then this would be good 2. But if someone heals you, then you also regain half of what you just gained as on top of.
Right. So
what
if
you
they
just
heal you for 10, you get 15.
Correct. And at the start, if you are knocked out or you are bleeding out or whatever, at the start of your turn,
Kevin,
you
what-
automatically stabilize.
Kevin, your con's a 19, right?
Yes.
Oh, but you'd be pretty tanky.
So I'm going to give the bracers over to the...
Kevin would be pretty tanky with that.
You already have gloves.
She does.
I have the gloves of
It's
agility.
for picking
But they're on
rocks,
her
essentially.
hands.
All the time.
They're not on my wrist.
Unless Torvine wants them, I'll take your gloves that you can't use them.
Trade them out.
Well, you take
So you
one
want her
off and you
old
give it
ones?
to Torvine, and then you can put
Yeah.
one of those on.
Because
and
you
then
like to shoot.
The ones that help
Archer.
with dex checks.
Yeah, you're an archer. And that would help your archery a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be super great for you, the archer.
Yeah. And you kill the bad guys
And
quicker.
the other one would help Sybil with dex checks. Especially with the heavy armor that she has, that would help with dex checks.
Which one?
Her
Oh,
old gauntlets
yeah,
that help
yeah,
with,
yeah.
with
Yeah.
ability checks. And it helps with dex checks.
She has gauntlets? I thought she had gloves.
Gloves, gauntlets, bracers, whatever.
Okay.
I think they're bracers.
They're gloves.
Well, she has gloves.
Is that what they're?
Gloves of
Is that what,
agility.
gloves of agility? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they are gloves. They they would come to like the wrist. essentially.
Yeah. So how's that sound there, Ranger Girl?
I haven't gotten past the first sentence. I've had 4 voices while I'm trying to read.
And then you guys have the choice of either 2
Use the
superior,
exorcist.
I almost
2
literally stood up
superior
and walked
healing
out so I
potions
could read
or
it.
a potion of vitality. You have that choice. And to give you an idea of what a superior healing does, I believe it is 8d4 plus 8. Yes, 8d4 plus 8 would be a superior healing potion. So you would get 2 of those, or the potion of vitality.
Hold that thought. I'm on sentence 2.
And no, Sybil, this would not cure your Morbus. If you got the vitality.
No, I kind of figured.
Which potion do you want, Sybil?
Ron, did you want the dexterity gauntlets or bracers? Because that might be good for you as well.
I don't know, I think Torvine's pretty agile, aren't you?
What, for Dex?
Yeah.
Could you
That's a pretty
imagine
good
extra?
My dexterity is okay. I mean,
Oh, it's not great.
no, my intelligence is the highest. But. I don't
And
know
then
what
you
my
also have
dex
the
is.
pendant here too, so.
Yeah, I was thinking about pendant for
I
the
feel
big
like
guy.
Raylog would be really good with the pendant.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Well, you get the feeling. It's pulsing in you. Well, I mean, my dex is pretty good. What's the?
My dex is pretty good too.
Yeah, the hands help. What? Dex checks?
And it gives a +2 to ability checks and dex checks.
Oh. All ability checks.
Dex checks.
Just dex checks.
Dexterity.
Dex
Oh, I see.
ability checks and dex checks.
Savings throws and checks.
No, no.
Just dex
saving,
checks.
Where's the card?
I just
I
hear
can't-
dex
I can't
checks.
recall.
Dex.
I believe it's just checks.
Yeah, so it's a +2 on dex checks.
Ability checks, and it's
Yeah,
underlined.
I think it's like my charisma ring.
So
Gives
what
the wearer an advantage modifier of 2 when making dex ability
It's
checks.
like
So,
one of
so
those.
this
super
would
smart.
work with my natural regen, or is it only if
it
someone
helps your natural
It would
regen
help your
also.
if anytime you gain life points. So
Okay.
if you have a regeneration of,
Ah.
of 1 every turn, then it
Yeah,
becomes
so
2
we-
because
Yeah,
it's a minimum of 1.
yeah.
That was pretty great.
Okay.
You're essentially like a walking Morbus, but without the disease.
We're trying to make him the Rygar we
Pretty
need.
great.
Yeah, that's pretty great. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then somebody heals you, and he's got that other amulet that already boosts the healing
Heal?
and whatnot. So now
Yeah.
you're getting that
Yeah.
plus.
I do a
half of
range
it
touch
again.
on you of
Kim's
like
trying to say
28.
something.
Sorry,
you get
Kim, go
14
ahead.
added to it.
Oh, it's okay. I was just double checking
just-
where mine was.
I'm giving the gloves to your
Gloves.
dad so he can look at it.
Okay.
Oh, we dropped the attunement rule.
Yeah, it does. Like you can bond to more
Amen,
Stuff.
brother. Amen, sister.
because you can only get up to +6 with the DR
Yes.
stuff. So
Capped.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So what do you get out of this, Sybil?
Just
Better
make my high
teammates.
number higher.
I'm just saying, like it might help her with ability checks since she has
Give it
that
to her.
really heavy armor.
Give it to her.
I don't have really heavy armor.
I thought you did. I thought you had like plate mail or something.
I have the silk mail, which actually.
Oh, that's right. You switched that out.
Yes. Give her that.
All right. He's saying to you to take. He wants you to take the gloves.
Okay, is that +6 bonus only to DR or is that to everything?
It's to DR.
Okay.
Marie will take a picture of the gloves and send it to you so you have a copy
Yeah.
of it.
All right.
Alright.
So now we have the decision of
The
either
three
two potions or the potion of vitality.
I'll take the 2 potions, and someone get the potion of vitality.
It's one
No,
or
it's
the other.
it's. We have the option of choosing the 2
Oh, I see.
or the 1.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be nice for something to get rid of poisons or whatever. So I think the vitality would be the best.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of nasty stuff out there, and if we can't get rid of poisons
Who
right
wants it?
away,
You want it?
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And then the chest, you open that up, and there is a little note on top of the coins inside, addressed from the king, sending his appreciations for you helping in securing the region and helping to bring the conflict to an end, and basically stating here is your reward for it. And
Because that saved them resources.
yep, because they didn't really do anything other than send
Mhm.
men over,
Mhm.
and that was essentially it. The gold inside totals up to 12,000 gold in the chest.
Okay.
Do you, so kind of off topic. Do you want me to give you what Dothra would still have?
Since Dothra's
Like, since
beyond.
Dothra is not a part of this party, do you want?
I mean, if she wants to give you guys the items she has for you guys, since you're going to be adventuring, I mean, that's
So they're out in the field instead of sitting in the.
Armory.
so you guys have access to them. I mean, I don't even remember what all she had.
She had a lot.
What
Yeah, I
did
mean,
she have?
mostly her armor, but I mean, I would think she'd keep that.
Well, yeah, if she has little trinkets, then I could see.
Yeah, I mean,
But
other than like,
Well,
like
does
healing
anybody else need
potions.
armor or something? I mean, the potions I would assume you guys would take.
Right.
All that would trans over to you or to the
Yeah.
party.
Mhm.
I'm assuming the gold would too.
the general fund. Considering you guys are noble now.
And if you wish to sell more stuff off to get rid of some of the weapons and armor and
To what
stuff that
level?
you can sell off to 1,500
Okay.
gold.
Alright, I can do that. So it's,
I don't know how much more stuff you have. So.
I have enough for probably another set of 15, and then those necklaces.
Mhm.
So whatever those three gold necklaces are, I have no idea. Okay. 12.
Yeah, they probably would be like 200 apiece,
Okay.
just because of the precious metals.
3. So it's the last. That's 70. Okay.
So we might
12.
not. So we didn't really get into a fight, but hey, we get goodies.
Yeah, and we went up a level.
Yep. And
Well,
you
the
guys
rest
will
of
be
the
going
other
up.
half a level.
Yes, the lot you guys will be
Nice.
going up to level 8.
All right. You guys didn't write down part of the gold that I said everyone got from what the goods I sold last time, did you? You
Yeah.
did.
Okay,
200.
other heart mount?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
I
200.
added.
You did add it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if someone else didn't add it, you get 200. They have a temple here?
They do sermons though. It's they're close to where you guys pop in at.
Right, but
The
they still
longer
don't
kind
have
of explained that they there's like benches and things like that, and they meet. And
But they
do
don't have an
that.
organized.
No, they don't have like a building or anything like that.
Okay, so I can't do that. You sneeze. Okay.
But they do believe in the creator and
Right.
believe in
Okay.
his
Well,
teachings
but you
and
know,
whatnot. It's
maybe
just a
someday.
little different interpretation.
Yeah. Well, just keep it in mind. Maybe an outpost temple for
Mhm.
travelers, maybe in the future.
Yeah, they're definitely like this was a big step for them too because they didn't really reach out into the
Correct.
outside world,
There's a
but
lot of
because of
isolation.
what took place,
Yeah, for protection.
you have now two people that are or two types of people that are now kind of branching out into the wider world. So
Yeah. All right. As it is right now, from the 12,000 divided by 4 is 3,000.
yes, how convenient.
Yeah, and with the monies of the 1,500, so it's roughly 1,275 gold. That from the weapons and wares that I was able to sell.
As for the sword that Kudo was
Yes.
wielding
Yes. Today's sword.
whenever you're not writing, are you done with your math or
I'm just
whatever?
I'm doing my math.
I don't want to interrupt you while you're doing math.
Appreciate that.
I gave specific names to all the stuff for Kudo and specific names for the Vigonian passives and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Like the Vigons getting the advantage modifier for surprise and fear checks. I named that Vigonian or Vigon Steel Nerves.
Okay, so from the wares that I sold for 1,500, everyone gets 375 gold from that. That's down here at the tree that I sold. So you got 200 from up on the heart mount, and then down in the forest here, I sold enough for everyone to get 375. So together it's 575 total from the wares that
And
I
then
sold.
the 3,000 from
Then
the
the 3,000, so
King's.
it's 3,575
Oh, for everybody.
total
In
For-
gold.
Yes.
in gold.
And that's excluding the 200 from earlier.
No,
No, that's
it's not.
included.
That's the full
That's
amount, excluding takeaway, then you're back down to 375.
200 plus
So
3.
Just mind it, if you added the 200 earlier,
Just
just take 200 off
500.
of
So
35.
3,375.
For you.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Or if you're like me, you just add the whole number up.
You're right.
Suck.
Or Sybil, if you heard the number,
Did you hear the number, Sybil, for the gold pieces?
Yeah, I got it.
okay.
35.75 gold piece
Right.
gained in this session.
I actually might be able to make an empowered item now. And do they have imbumonite hanging around still? Because we talked
the
about that
purple
before.
glowy stuff.
There's stuff that they use for like decoration, and there's stuff in the ground still.
But they don't have a concept of selling it.
Mhm.
Okay, so we might just have to go back to whetstone.
Or the temple.
Yeah, but Temple still has
It'd
their.
be more expensive.
Well, yeah. So I mean, we might as well just pop into whetstone because we have our discount and everything, and then do it that way.
I got a coupon.
By blood.
Yeah, what was that? A quarter off of everything?
25% off
25%
coupon.
off.
Well, it should have been 50. But, you know. So anyways,
Oh man, it expired.
should have been
Oh,
95.
no.
Yeah,
Yesterday
Whetstone's
was
under
the
new
day.
management.
it's a lifelong.
You're not one of the participating
time to siege 'em,
locations.
boys.
What will I do?
We're collapsing your minds.
Okay, kudos
Twinkle,
sword.
baby. Time to
Yeah,
participate.
kudos sword.
And
Actually, it's
Let's
not good.
participate.
in identifying it,
Yeah.
you get the name Sword of Savagery.
Sword of Savagery.
Okay.
It has 6 charges, and it uses 1 charge per activation. There are 2 different things that it can be used for. 1, add an additional 3d4 slashing damage, and this also ignores damage negation.
It's almost like a sword of sharpness.
And then the second one is attack does half damage to any hostiles within 10 feet of the original target. Only does damage if the original attack would hit the other creatures. So if he attacks and hits with a 16 and hits the target or whatever,
Mhm.
there's a sonic boom that goes out and there's impact damage in 10 feet, essentially. But it only does half the damage that he rolls for that attack on hitting 16. But that 16 or that damage only happens if 16 would hit the people in the 10-foot radius. So if he was swinging at Raylog and hit a 16, it would hit him. But if you were in that 10-foot, it wouldn't hit you because your
Right.
DR is higher
It's
than
above it.
16. Yes.
So victimizes everyone within the 16 DR
Essentially, yes. In the 10-foot radius.
for half his damage. So, because it multiplies on whoever's in there, it could essentially do more damage than the original hit.
Yes.
So, I see. With attack radius.
And of course, then there was the armor, but Raylog now has the armor.
Okay. And the sword is enchanted or
Yes.
okay.
Highly enchanted.
Hi.
Like
Okay. You wanna
+3 on both ends. Enchanted. Like highly enchanted.
Yeah, what was that, Kimberly?
do we wanna bust it then or do we wanna keep it around?
Well, if you keep it around, the only way it can be used is by someone with that mentality. So we might as well get rid of it. Because I don't know if there's folklore or anything where this has been used in the past.
I don't know.
Right. So,
Do you get that with identify?
yeah, you do. You get even who made it.
I mean, who wants to?
I rolled a 6.
Oh, okay. There isn't really any history with it other than that it was made by Faden. That's it. Like it wasn't. It looks like it was like
Okay.
what you're getting from it is that it was made by Faden for Kudo, essentially.
Gotcha.
So it's more recent.
Yes.
Cool. So with us,
Are
with
there,
it, keep
are
going.
there any, like, there's not like a location, like a locate blessing or miracle, I don't think. Right?
For locating what?
For like locating a person.
Like trying to find somebody.
Yeah, like if we wanted to find Faven, we couldn't just be like,
Oh yeah,
Alright,
no, I
where's
don't
Faven?
have anything.
And I
no
have
complicated.
scry thing.
Favens to find
Or a
Faven.
locator spell.
No, there isn't. No, not right
Yeah.
now. I mean, it's,
Okay.
it's in
So
infancy
at
because I
that
don't
point,
like
it
English.
wouldn't be useful to keep an object of Faven's to find him because.
Not to find him, but it is nice information to give back to Raylog to remind him that this is a bigger thing that's affected his kingdom that's still out there trying to wreck other kingdoms.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
And it personalizes the
But
need that we need to get rid of this guy.
In the practical sense, there's no practical use.
Well, to me, it's practical to make him Rygar because it'll get him
I
upset.
mean,
You know,
we all
emotional.
want Rygar, but Rygar might take a little bit of coaxing.
Yeah.
Come out.
Don't worry, Banner. I know you're in there. I'll get you out. Okay.
It's out. It's not like
Don't
Yeah.
worry about her. I know you're in there. I'll get you out.
He's just like pulling on his hair. Come out, I know you're in there.
Yank, yank, yank.
Come on, Banner. You're
Okay.
embarrassing me in front of your friends.
Yeah, we can take it somewhere and start banging on it, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bust it,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then we raise another
We'll
level.
let Rygar break it.
No, this is all stuff that gets you up to gaining that level.
All right. Oh, we had to do a lot. For
Gaining
Yeah.
items and breaking this.
We had to do a lot for this last level.
In a
No,
symbolic
you have more points you have to get.
We we ought to go up to kill a bunch of monsters up in that nasty island nation up there.
You could go and see if there's a contract or something.
So yeah.
Okay.
Okay, things we have
Okay.
to do.
All right. So
Alright,
savagery's
there's a
gone.
list of things that we need to do.
Yeah, we have to make a checklist.
We have to make like an actual list, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And we're gonna help Fanboy in the mines.
Might give you some insight on
Yeah.
some stuff.
Well, okay. Let me erase guard. I don't need his name on here anymore.
Right. And we have access to way away places and we know where the stones take you.
Yep, that's really good.
And it
All
seems
right,
that you're
I
carrying an easy way to get
would
over to
like
Ifazera.
talk
Yeah,
to
finally.
The Titan
Yeah, the Titan.
here before we go.
And so Glandra can show you the Titan.
You also mentioned something about wanting to take Galandra to see the dragon.
Yeah, a personal
Yes,
tour.
yes, the Longer to the Dragon. Alright, so let's see. Talk
We can do that. We can do that next time because it is now 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
to
Kevin, your character's
Ray.
already next level.
Alright.
Not quite.
But that way, you guys have 2 weeks to level your stuff up. We can start with Galandra meeting the dragon and whatnot, and
Okay.
and we can move from there on where you guys kind of want to go. If you want to go with Isaac, or wait around for a couple days and then just pop in at Morningdale,
Yeah.
and then go with him down to Orinstead. So, but that is where we will pick up next time.
I'll finally be level 10.